Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to Wednesday here in Stage 1 of the Online Darts Live League. It's week 1, and it's been brilliant the last couple of days. And we are going to start with a bang today because we have a very competitive Group A table which has materialised over the last couple of days. There you can see we've got Jelle Klaasen at the top on 14 points, but he's very far from comfortable in that first position. He's going to take on Dave Pallett in our first game today. But if you look at Robert Owen, Dave Pallett, Keelan Kay, and Colin Osborne. Now, Kay and Osborne are only 4 points behind, but they are within striking distance of the top spot if they have a good start today. The first game of the day is going to be extremely important. So if you think round one of our matches today is going to allow these players just to settle into Wednesday, you will be wrong because they have to be sharp from the very off. The last couple of days have seen us see the best average of 109.31 from Keelan Kay, and he was pretty hard done by yesterday with some very good darts, and his only real downfall was that he wasn't able to break through until his final match. So can he respond? Well, let's find out where he needs to respond to, because if Classen wins his very first game, he's going to open up a 4-point gap on the entire field. Let's go down to the board to see what happens in game number 1 with Pallett and Classen. Dave Pallett, who had a somewhat under par Monday, scoring 4 points, had a much improved day 2. But Classen, who started with 6 points on Monday, he had a better day yesterday as well. So what we have in this first match between the 32-year-old and the 37-year-old
game on
is a battle of the two best players of Tuesday.
100.
Our referee for today is Owen Binks. And all matches will again be best of 7 legs. And the first 180 of the day comes from Pallett with his first 3 darts. Now you may ask me, what is the best result for the chasing pack? It is without a doubt a result for Pallett.
180.
There is now the possibility of a 9-dart leg in the very first leg of the day.
141.
That's 7. That's 8. That isn't 9.
29.
Such a great try. And boy, that was close. That would have been 2 9-darters in 2 weeks.
171.
Last week, but this leg is not over yet. But it is now, and that is the best leg of the week. I'm just looking through all of the stats from this week so far. We haven't had a 10-darter, but now we have.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
What a start to this really important game.
39.
And as brilliant as 10-darters are, they are a little bit better when they're 55. Against the darts as well, which is exactly what that was for Pallett. I was trying to say in the first leg that the best result for the chasing pack is a win for Dave.
95.
Because he would get to 14 points, and it would ensure that the gap between Keelan Kay and Osborne
59.
to the top spot remains 4 points instead of 6. As the games in this group start to run out.
180.
Somebody had their very familiar oat biscuits for breakfast this morning, didn't they? That's 3 180s. In 4 scoring visits, pretty much. Or possibly 5. He's got me feeling dizzy already. But we are talking about a player in form. Winning form. But he realises there is one thing he has not done yet this year, He's won in the PDC Challenge Tour system. He's won in the WDF system at the England Open. But he's not had a standout piece of success here at Live League Darts yet.
$55. David, you require 50.
For a 2-0 lead. Pallett has his choice of double. His choice is tops.
Game on the second
yesterday,
leg.
he had
David
mixed
Pallett.
fortunes on that double top bed. A lot of the time, he was under-delivering the shot. But his first attempt at it today is perfect.
But it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
That missed double 12 from Pallett
60.
was our 7th missed attempt at a 9 this year. 16th in total since we came here to the studio.
92.
And Pallett doing this is no accident. He's had performances so far this year where he has been putting in this kind of accuracy. But on a couple of occasions where he's come out of the blocks in the first 2 or 3 legs, he has slipped down
140.
average-wise towards 103 or 104. There's Klassen's first max
180.
in a top-quality contest. And another.
180. Jelle record 130.
Jelle can't shake this guy off. And he's not going to get a shot at the ball on the 130.
65.
So
David
Pallett
89.
in for another 4-visit leg to go 3-0 up. Bullseye.
58. Jelle records 65.
Half a bullseye required. That's not the end of the world.
25.
And it's not the end of the leg.
David, you require 31.
Double 8.
Game on the third
This
leg.
is really good on
David
the outer
Pallett.
ring from Pallett. He's currently 60% on his checkouts so far. 3 hits from 5 attempts and a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
I'm just checking to see the best overall average that Pallett has put in so far. That is 105.28. Currently, he's
60.
better than that. But this game is far from over.
$83.
Jelle Klaasen would admit that over the last couple of days, he has not played his best darts, but still has racked up a very good total of points so far.
85.
Averaging 87.11, setting a personal best average in a live league match himself on Monday of 97 dead.
180.
And he's been exactly 33% on his doubles as Classen. What he needs to do from here is exactly what
46.
Conan Whitehead did to Dave Pallett when Pallett was in an almost unassailable 3-0 lead against him. Whitehead came back and won 4-3, and that was
140.
that 105 average for Pallett. That's why I'm saying that this game is far from done.
105. David, you require 160.
Classen can breathe a sigh of relief that the 160 is not going to go.
92.
But he must find this 87. No shot at bull.
47. David, it requires 68.
And this is match point Pallett to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. And
64.
that one didn't
Jelle
come out of his hand
40.
right. That came into the board very upright indeed. Classen doesn't get there on tops, and he could well see a big dent in his leg difference. Runabout now because it's 4-0 Pallett. And that sets up what could be a dramatic day of darts here at the Live League, because 100.2, that equals his best performance of this week, winning 4 straight legs in 60 darts, 50% on the checkouts, and of course that missed double 12 for a 9 in the very first leg of the day. Well done, Dave. Classen has a lot to think about when he comes back in round number 2. Game number 2 will be Keelan Kay against Colin Osborne, and that will follow after this very short break. Stay with us. Welcome back, darts fans. It's time for match number 2 of Wednesday in Group A. And these two, Keelan Kay and Colin Osborne, will be very happy that Dave Pallett won the first match. It gives them a fighting chance, but now they have to do themselves a favour. Here is the 46-year-old from Middlesbrough, who has become a bit of a stalwart here at the Online Darts Live League. But the 20-year-old from Cornwall, who has had a topsy-turvy week, will now try and do himself a very big favour in match 1. 5 matches per player today, as per the last couple of days.
Okay,
2 points on offer for each win.
Game on.
And the situation for these two is as follows. They are tied on 10 points each.
99.
They are 4 points adrift of Dave Pallett and Classen now. And whoever loses this game will remain 4 points
60.
behind with only 4 matches left. Whoever wins will be within 2 points
95.
alongside Robert Owen, who will have a game in hand against the already eliminated Lee Cox here in match 3.
135.
But we've already seen Dave Pallett get his first win against Classen this week. Of their 3 matches, he won today, but lost the previous 2. Osborne has won the 2 previous meetings against Kay this week. So can Keelan turn the tables the same way Dave Pallett has?
83.
Now, if Keelan gets 85,
44.
he wasn't going to be on a finish. It would have left him on 165, but he quickly realised that no trouble was going to leave him a finish there.
134.
It's a good 2 treble visit from Colin to give him first look at a finish.
85. Colin, you require 89.
Spends most of his time at tops, but 89 is not going to leave tops. It's going to leave double 16.
73.
Chance for Keelan to
Keelan,
steal.
you require 121.
Biggest finish of the week from him, a 161. This is the little cousin of that.
96.
Just misses out on a bullseye
Well,
where
you
he was
require
very
16.
proficient on Monday. Two 4s for Osborne.
No score.
Wrong bed.
Keelan, you require 25.
Somewhat slow start to this one. In direct contrast to the previous game. It's double 2 for Keelan.
21.
And he knows he shouldn't have lost this
16.
leg. But there's still a long way to go.
Game shot on the
First leg goes the way of Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
That's a bit of a bonus for Colin because when you're throwing 20 darts in a leg, at this level, you do not expect to win the leg.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But he has. And over the last couple of days, Osborne has averaged 87.57, which isn't that dissimilar to his entire
95.
live league career, where this week he has brought up his 300th game, which coincidentally was against Keelan yesterday. Best average performance for Colin this week, 95.83. 11 maximums. And his checkered percentage all week long is 30.5%. Now, he's had mixed fortunes on doubles because yesterday he was over 40% and on Monday it was around 25%.
85.
So he has improved day on day.
$60.
He does find himself in 5th position in the table though. You just have a little look at the right hand of Osborne when he's just about to deliver the dart on this shot the next time he comes around. Just look at the little twist
Colin, you reckon 100
when the dart's in his hand. You might not get to see it here, but there it was, just that tiny little twist before he throws it, just to get it inset in the fingertips. That's a very important move for Colin.
85. Keelan, you require 76.
This would be a very important break for Keelan. Double 10.
Game's
That's
on
very
the second
clean.
leg.
And a
Keelan
great
Kay.
break back for Kay as he quests getting to 12 points in this match to try and get his first win against Osborne this week.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
As for Keelan's week, we know how good he was on Monday. He was top of the tree. 8 points from a possible 10.
97.
A running average over 90.5. And his checkered percentage on Monday was excellent at over 51%. Capped off with that 161 finish against Jelle Klaasen in his last match. But yesterday
140.
was a bit of a puzzler. I actually chatted at length with Keelan yesterday about his statistics. Without looking at them, he felt he played well. Sitting in this seat, I said to him, you did play well.
84.
He had a running average yesterday of 92.6. That was the highest running average. And he only walked away with 2 points.
100.
He had a checkered percentage of 37%, which was second best to Osborne. And he was left
100.
leaving Live League Darts yesterday, scratching his head. But the one statistic that really stuck out yesterday that cost him big was that he did not break the throw of any of his opponents
180.
until his final game.
80.
Double 10 again.
70.
That may be costly,
Colin, you require 80.
but you have to give Osborne credit for the way he approached this 80 with that maximum.
$40.
And he has a costly miss as well.
Keelan, you require 10.
If this is going to miss, it should be about 3 millimeters high.
No score. Colin, you require 40.
I think the quicker he forgets about that visit, the better. Because it may be 3 straight breaks in this game.
$30.
He's handed a lifeline.
Keelan, you require 10.
Staring that double 5 down. And
Game's
getting it
on the
hit in the
third leg.
prime spot this
Keelan
time.
Kay.
If you ask me where these dart players want to hit that double 5, they don't mind if it goes in, but that was the prime spot.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
It has
100.
been a very good standard the first couple of days. Overall average for all players on Monday was 87.97, which I think is excellent. That's well above average for Live League Darts over the last 18 months. But yesterday, 90.07 for all games played. That really is fabulous. Whenever a day's play is over 90,
85.
these players have shined. On paper, this was always going to be a good group.
100.
And we're not even halfway through the week yet, because we do have Group C tomorrow. We have Group B tomorrow night.
100. Colin, you require 100.
And then finals on Saturday, where things get really tasty. Now that Osborne's not taking the 170,
96.
it's Keelan's responsibility to leave a finish here.
44.
And maybe that's a portion of his game where he can learn from some other players like, say, a Nathan Aspinall or a Dimitri Vandenberg. 2-3-1's a number we can discuss. How about 74?
34.
I don't think Colin's going to be too pleased with his doubling in this game because he's only hit one double from 12 attempts.
Colin, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth.
Make that 2 from 13
Colin
though.
Osborne.
That's a little bit better, and things stand level after 4 legs. We're now down to best of 3 in this game.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
When they played on Monday,
95.
Colin won by 4 legs to 2 with a 93.2 average and 50% on doubles. A very competent performance. It's not that Keelan played poorly. He averaged over 90 with 67% on doubles. It was another good game yesterday.
100.
Osborne with a 160 checkout in that match, his best of the week. Averaging over 94 and 57% on the outer ring. So what we've seen today from Colin
100.
is his worst performance on doubles against Keelan this week.
53.
Some games you play
42.
and an opportunity to break never materialises. There have already been enough in this game
100.
to win a match. Now, 2-3-4 is another funky number to try and leave a finish. And Osborne does a good job keeping it straight.
53.
But he might be in trouble.
93. Colin, you
Tidy leave from Keelan Kay. He will be back, and what he would love is a
41.
clean 20 in
Keelan
tops
requires 60.
to sail to 3-2 up. Doesn't hesitate and misses the single
Wins it.
twice.
Colin, you
Now
require
the question
93.
remains, does he come back? Oh, it's double-double.
73.
I love that route. That was courageous,
Keelan, you require 40.
and it almost paid off.
Game
Double
on the
top.
fifth leg.
A very
Keelan
good friend
Kay.
to Keelan Kay. He was hitting that really well on Monday. Maybe didn't get enough chances at it on Tuesday, but right there, it was his friend.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. .44.
Doubles have been all right here for Keelan. 1 of every 3 hit. Averages down at 81.
95.
But he, more than anybody yesterday, knows that it's not about averages, it's about points. He would take a 75 average as long as he gets the points.
30.
Yesterday, he had a game where he averaged 99.9
140.
and lost. That was against Robert Owen. He had an average 6 superior to his opponent. And he had 50% on doubles. And he still managed to lose in 6 legs.
99.
And that proves the point that averages do lie.
$140. Keelan, you reckon 167.
Could he finish this one with a bang?
57.
He
Colin,
would
you
have
reckon
wanted more than that.
47.
And now he's going to get a look at the 110. Biggest finish so far in this match
60.
for Keelan,
Keelan,
77.
you require 110.
This is a little bit more difficult. It just got easier.
70. Colin, you require 87.
That's one match dart missed. Can Osborne hit double 5?
77.
This is what you
Keelan,
want.
you require 40.
You want 3 darts at a double you like to win a match, to keep yourself in the race for top spot.
Game,
It's there.
shot on the match.
And Keelan Kay
Keelan
gets his
Kay.
first win of the week against Colin Osborne, and it could be a very, very valuable one. 82.08, 33% on the doubles, as per pretty much all game for him. Osborne, it was all about the doubles. Missed 13 darts at a double in that match. If it had been a bit more accurate, he would have got the 2 points himself. But Kay gets the points, and he's now on 12, only 2 points behind the guys at the top. Speaking of 2 points behind the guys at the top, Robert Owen is on 12 points, and he plays against Lee Cox in match number 3 after the break. Welcome back to our coverage of Group A here on Sporty Stuff TV for the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. My name is Paul Nicholson, I am the asset, and this is going to be Robert Owen and Lee Cox for match number 3. Lee Cox can have a bit of a relaxed day. He knows he's going to be coming back for the next 2 days to try and qualify for the finals. And in every likelihood, he's going to be in the bottom 3. So he will be playing in Group C in the same time slot Thursday and Friday. The 37-year-old from Crawley, the current London County captain, has had a bit of a tumultuous couple of days.
First. Game on.
But he did pick up a win yesterday. It was a very good one. When he won against Jelle Klaasen, he averaged 98.35 with 2/3 of his doubles
100.
hit. A little bit more of that today, and he could be causing problems for people who have ambitions of winning this group.
60.
But on the other side of the hockey, you've got this guy, who is this year having a great time in the live league.
123.
The winner of Phase 2, and someone who has been extremely successful in 2022.
95.
This game is all about him. All of the pressure is on him.
140.
He sits on 12 points with the same leg difference as Dave Pallett, who currently sits atop the table
96.
on 8
But
points.
you require 138.
14 points plus 8 leg difference, I meant. What a start from Owen.
126.
Now he is using his own darts today, is Rob. Yesterday he had to use a substitute set because he had a broken point
60.
and he couldn't get it fixed
Robert,
quick
you
enough.
require 12.
So he went to a different set of barrels. He's back to his own set today.
No score.
And he hasn't finished the leg yet.
Lovely
Lovely 140 from Lee.
Robert, you require 12.
As Owen goes back to double 6. No joy last time.
Game on the first.
Plenty of joy this time.
Robert
as he gets 1/4 of the way to 2 points in this third match of the day. This is the last match of round number 1.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
We currently have 2 players on 14 points in the table.
140.
That's Pallett and Classen. Keelan Kay is on 12. Owen's on 12. No matter what happens in this game,
28.
it's going to be incredibly exciting over the next couple of rounds to see where people are standing at around about 12 noon.
100.
It's a big welcome to all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV today. Thank you for tuning in the last couple of days, but if this is your first time tuning in this week, it's a big welcome from me. And to all of our viewers internationally as well, who have kindly sent in some lovely tweets telling us that you've been tuning in from the likes of Australia, Bulgaria, Germany, and North America. This is exemplary from Owen all of a sudden.
140.
Because before that, he had hit very little in this leg.
$59.
62 left.
And
you would fancy he's going for treble 10
62.
first. With 2 visits to use, there is the treble 10.
Game shot
And there is the double 16.
Lee Cox.
So we are tied at 1-1. And Lee's making Robert think a little bit after that very good quality leg.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Rob's stats for the week, averaging just a shade under 91 for his 10 matches.
140.
A best performance of 95.10. And hitting just shy of 1 in every 3 darts a double.
100.
Only the 1 ton plus checkout so far. That's quite surprising for 10 matches for Rob. He is
80.
really good at shots like 108, which is his personal best this week, but I'm surprised he has not had anything else.
100. 100.
Steady stuff. Much more steady than leg number 2, where he was on 413 after 6 before hitting
66.
something a bit more Rob-like. Never short of confidence, the man from South Wales. Why wouldn't you be, the way he's played this
60.
year? He's nursing his knee back to health, which has been troubling him for over a year.
105.
This might be a nice time to get your biggest finish of the week. How about a bullseye?
96. Lee require 130.
How about a bullseye for Lee? Doesn't get the treble he needs to have a look at it.
54. Robbie required 25.
Should be a 9. He's been so good on double 8 this week. Not this time.
17.
The one double that has got him out of jail more than any other is double 10, though. How about double 8 for Lee?
Game shown the third
I would
leg.
say that was a good
Lee
guide, but it
Cox.
was more than an inch to the left of the target. And I suppose the glass being half full statement is that it wasn't in the way.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw
Lee
first.
is firmly
Game
in
on.
the way of Robert Owen and his ambitions for the week. Because when you play in Group A, your ambition is to win it, to
95.
have Thursday and Friday off, and to be fresh for Saturday night. Lee's stats for the week,
140.
just shy of 85 for his 3-dart average. His best performance, I've already mentioned that yesterday against Jelle Klaasen,
44.
98.35. 7 maximums for Lee. That's the least of any player. Still not bad. He, like his opponent in this match,
59.
has 1 ton plus check out of 115. But his doubles do need addressing before the end of Friday's session.
47.
21.67% for 10 matches. That needs probably at least 15% putting on it if he is going to have a chance of coming through
98.
Group C tomorrow and on Friday.
$140.
I think it's also fair to say that Lee's been put in a very tough group here in week 1 of stage 1, because he's up against
100.
2 players who have won massive WDF events very recently. Challenge Tour winners. And people in
100.
genuine
Robbie
form
Rockwell,
right now.
104.
Is it 4 for tops or 12? It's 12.
88.
And if Lee
He
takes this,
requires
Owen has got
75.
real issues. Double 12. And he's
Game
playing
on
with
the
freedom
fourth
now.
leg. Lee Cox.
If you think that Lee Cox coming into today with only 2 points on his table doesn't matter,
Fifth leg, it's
think
Robert to
again.
throw first.
he's going to be
Game on.
Wednesday's spoiler. This is good stuff from Lee. He can't do himself any favours in this
83.
table, but he can do himself favours in the confidence department ahead of the next couple of days, and he can be a headache for everyone.
100.
Make no mistake, this would be
45.
a really costly defeat for Robert, if that was to be the case. But it wouldn't be the end of the world, because he would still only be 2 points behind the top two. And he's got to play them both. So if he was to beat them both,
97.
He'd be in the driving seat.
$85.
Another bright side for Owen is that he only has to break once to still win this game.
95.
Rob knows that if he can somehow win 4-3 and win his other 4 matches as well,
134.
he will win this table now after Classen lost in game 1.
$45. Lee require 100.
Very much advantage Lee Cox right now. He'll need an extra visit to win it by 4 legs to 1.
28. Robbie require 136.
That visit does not do him any favours. Another for double 8.
Game shot.
What a way to find your biggest finish of the week.
Owen.
That is not an easy finish at all. But that keeps him in the match. At the very least, that has minimised the damage. Robert Owen's leg difference is +8.
45.
Jelle Klaasen's is +3. And Dave Pallett's is +8 as well. So if you do lose a match, if you can minimise the damage, it may be very favourable for you towards the end of Wednesday's session.
100. $60. $55.
It's all getting a bit scrappy in the scoring phase all of a sudden for Lee. And he's lost the darts here in leg 6.
$60.
Coincidentally, I mentioned yesterday that Robert Owen used a substitute set of darts. It was very kind of Lee Cox to borrow a set.
55.
To Robert Owen. And they worked pretty well, considering Robert did win 2 games
80.
from a possible 5.
$95. Robert, you require 161.
How about another big finish? Bullseye.
136.
He's getting marginally closer to that bull after missing a 1-2-1 earlier.
$57. Robert, you require 25.
Does he persevere with 9-8-8? Dart players are historically stubborn. 4-4.
17.
Can Cox finish this one off? Wasn't a bad try at double 18 to leave tops.
Robert, you require 8.
But this is for that break of throw. This has got to be a bumper.
4.
It didn't bump enough.
You require 40.
To dent the armoury of Robert Owen. Lee
finds
his second win of the week. And he is going to be a spoiler on Wednesday. We all knew it was possible. But for now, Lee Cox has a very similar average to his opponent in that game. The doubles, however, were very, very different. 57% for Cox and Robert Owen missing 15 darts at a double. Quite similar to what Osborne did in match 2. You just feel that that could be a bit of a costly loss there for the man from South Wales. Round number 1 is concluded, but when we come back after the short break, the round of 2 will happen on Sporty Stuff TV. Don't go far. Hello everybody and welcome back to our Wednesday action in Group A. We are through with round number 1 of our matches and our players know exactly how they stand with 4 matches to go in this group. But let's have a look at the table to remind all of you at home. 14 points for Pallett with the superior leg difference sees him atop the table for the first time. He started with a defeat to Jelle Klaasen on Monday morning by 4-0. He has not been at the top at any point until now. Classen still on 14 points, with Kay and Owen 2 points behind.
It feels like it's David to throw first. Game on.
This is the point of Group A where things get really interesting. It's a case of what ifs.
140.
What if Pallett wins for his second game in a row so far today? He will get to 16 points
44.
and he will be 4 points ahead of Kay and 4 points ahead of Owen. But if Kay wins, we will have 3 players on 14 points.
58.
And just imagine, and I'm just trying to paint a picture for you here, if you're a Keelan Kay fan, or possibly one of his family
84.
members, because I know they're watching. If you've got 3 games left and you're 4 points behind, that's a pretty urgent situation.
140.
But on the other hand, if you're 4 points ahead,
137.
you're feeling pretty good about your chances of winning this group and getting 2 days off ahead of Saturday. Well, Pallett has this ability lately to pace himself brilliantly. I've never seen him play with such patience. And maybe that's from success outside of this room, or whether this room has taught him that.
85.
Just having a bit of
63.
round-robin form in the bank, it can have a great feed-on effect. 66 for Pallett.
57.
And Kay gets a free look at 151 against the darts.
51.
Just misses that 51.
64. David, it requires 6.
Penny for your thoughts, Dave. Is it straight for it?
Game on the first.
Yes, it is.
David
When you're playing
Pallett.
well, you just see a double, hit a double, 1-0 up, and Pallett is looking very good today.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
That's a 16-dart start for Dave. Against an opponent
134.
that he has 1 game all with so far this week. And we are starting to see a pattern emerge where in the head-to-head records between all the players this week,
43.
nobody is really being dominated. Classen Pallett, 2-1. Kay Osborne,
96.
2-1. Owen Cox, 2-1. There are plenty of those little head-to-head records to come, but so far, everything is
94.
very tight. This is better. 177 to leave 94 after 9. This is a great leg from Keelan. At 20 years of age, I was explaining to him yesterday that
39.
he probably hasn't even stopped growing yet. But what he is doing is gaining experience. And he's way ahead of some other people, considering what he's done for his country at youth level, what he's done at development tour level. And days like this, and groups like this, are just another notch of experience.
18.
He will not be happy leaving double 3, but maybe this is going to be one of those rare games where double 3 gets a lot of attention. And no finish for Pallett because he should have started on 19s on 299. He knows that. Maybe he was caught just wanting to get a 180. But Keelan does find double 3. And how often do you see 2 legs of darts in the first 2 legs of the game, both hit on double 3? Very rarely.
Then look, it's David to throw first.
And with the exception of the 100 average from Pallett in his first game against Classen, everybody seems to be averaging in the same range, between 82 and 85.
78.
If they continue to do that, that will be a regression of form here on day 3. But it would be a sign
100
of more than one player under pressure to potentially win this group.
140.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know what it's like having this kind of pressure winning a group like this, because I haven't played on this hockey yet.
100.
But I have played a lot of round-robin darts in my time, particularly during the first lockdown
99.
the Live League was created. And some of those pressure games really did turn up the heat.
140.
Fabulous darts there from Pallett, who finds his fourth 140-plus score.
40. David, he requires 66.
Keelan, on the other hand, has 2. Double 18.
Game shown
And
the
that's as
third.
clean as a whistle.
David Pallett.
Best leg of the match so far is 14 darts for Pallett. And that raises his average towards the 90 mark.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
And this is one of those games that Keelan had a lot of yesterday.
140.
He's playing against the darts because Pallett started leg 1. If he doesn't break the throw, he's not going to win.
85.
Now, Pallett had such a good day on Tuesday, bagging 8 points. But what makes that even more impressive is that 6 of those points came in games where he threw second. He actually lost his last game of the day against Classen when he had the darts.
45.
That is a measure of just how well he's playing right now. And
96.
already today, in beating Classen, he's already won a game against the throw.
For
the second
Keelan
time in this match, Keelan Kay has responded brilliantly after a suspect leg against the darts. He's protecting his own quite well.
73.
Now, I believe that where Keelan should be aiming
84.
for this treble 17 is the top right corner.
51.
He got the treble 17 perfect. As long as he gets the double 8 next time, all is good in the world.
43. Keelan, you require
Looks like
16.
Pallett's having a bit of trouble on breaking Keelan's throw as well.
Eight.
He will be back. Fortunately so. But I would suggest getting rid of it this time.
135.
With Pallett sitting on 65.
No score.
Too many missed darts, a double.
David, it requires
And that
65.
is now 11 misses, giving Pallett a freebie. He's going to get 2 for tops.
Game shown the fourth leg. David
It's
Pallett.
at times like that where some players would hold up their hand and say, I'm sorry for doing that, but not from Dave. He has an agenda and he wants to win.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $100.
No 180s in this one so far, which is a bit of a surprise, considering how proficient Dave Pallett was on the maximums in game number 1, where he got 4 of them. But it just goes to prove that you don't need maximums to win matches. Every now and again in this format, you're going to have a game where you have to work really hard just to win it. It doesn't just come to you like it did in game 1.
95.
Every game intricately has a slightly different pace. And Dave is starting to underpitch the darts ever so slightly.
57.
And he does so with all 3 there. The live league, when you play 3 to 5 days in the week, or possibly 6, is a test of endurance. The most amount of games that you can play is 29. 29 games of darts over best of 7 legs in a week. And there will be people that scoff and say,
100.
Darts is not a sport. I come against people like that all the time. Try playing 29 games of best of 7-leg darts in a week and see how you feel on a Sunday morning.
58. Keelan, you require 137.
This is for a break of throw. And he needs 2 of them to get the points here.
David, you require 160.
To stop Pallett from getting to 16 points. That's good thinking from Pallett. He had blocked the 60, so he tried to get 6 18s to leave double 16. Bullseye. To stay in the match.
50 left, yeah. 49. David, it requires 68.
It hasn't worked out. And Kay's chances of winning this group are going to be dented if double 4 is hit.
Game
and
shot on the match.
That's
David
how you win a
Pallett.
match. You get yourself a match dart and you take it immediately. Dave Pallett was not at his excellent best, but he was good enough on the outer ring. He gave himself enough chances, but look at the number next to Keelan Kay's. 13 opportunities, only 1 taken. He knows when he goes back to the practice room that that is what needs to be fixed if he has any chance of coming through this group from 4 points behind now. Pallett is now on 16. Game number 5, when we come back, we'll see Jelle Klaasen return. He was dispatched by 4-0 in his first game, and he's now got a revenge match against Lee Cox from yesterday, where Lee had his best performance. That's coming right up after the break. Welcome back to our Group A coverage here on Wednesday, and Lee Cox will return to the hockey now to take on Jelle Klaasen. He's already spoiled the chances of Robert Owen somewhat, but can he do the same for Classen here? This table is taking a bit of shape, but Dave Pallett has taken the table by the scruff of the neck, as he sits 2 points ahead of Classen now, and 4 ahead of Owen and Kay. But this guy who won his first game of the day, 4-2 against Robert Owen, has ambitions of spoiling everybody's day.
Okay, feels like it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
He's already spoiled Jelle's Tuesday by denying him a perfect 10 points. Because when they had their 4th game of yesterday's play, Lee from nowhere, sitting at the bottom of the table on 0 points, found a 98 average performance and 2/3 of his doubles. And shell-shocked a Classen who could only average 79 in that match. And that gave everybody license to look at Lee Cox a little bit differently for the rest of yesterday and possibly for today.
$55.
Whether you're tuning in via Sporty Stuff TV or via the YouTube channel of Online Darts, the message today is that you are able to have a flutter on any of our outcomes, whether it's for the group, the matches, the amount of 180s, things like that. But if you do so, please gamble responsibly. Remember, it is for 18s and over only.
85.
And begambleaware.org is the website you need for more information on that. Jelle's biggest finish of the week is 112. It will remain that way for now.
42. Lee record 157.
Lee's best leg is a 12 darter, but this group's best leg of the week came in the very first leg of the day against Jelle Klaasen. Double 16.
Game shown the first.
That is a brilliant finish.
Jelle Klaasen.
Now, when you hit a ton-plus finish, they're all good. But look at that second dart. That's hit possibly 1/3 of the bed
Second, I get
to
Jelle
see.
to throw first.
I know it's easy for me to make snake puns because he's nicknamed the Cobra. But boy, was there some venom on that second dart.
$28.
I've always noticed as well, I don't know if anybody else has, but when Jelle is standing behind an opponent, he does so in a somewhat
62.
statuesque way. Almost like he's a fighter in the octagon waiting for Bruce Buffer to announce his name. It's actually quite an intimidating sight.
45. $134.
This is a very strong performance so far from Jelle. And I've noticed something on his left sleeve. I hope it's what I think it is.
58.
It looks to me like a Kyle Anderson handprint, which
56.
makes me remember my good friend Kyle. And Kyle's very well remembered by a lot of players, including Jelle, who hosted Kyle to his own home in the Netherlands on more than one occasion. He's sadly missed, and we've been missing him for about a year now. We're approaching the 1-year anniversary of losing him. I was actually sitting in this seat on the day that we lost him. A very, very sad time, but it's great to see players who remember him with fondness.
95.
The easy setup.
55.
And so far, this game is fairly easy for Classen. Lee has not found his range at all. That's better.
99. Yellow require
Double top.
40.
For a somewhat simple hold.
Game's on the second
And
leg.
that's what he finds.
Jelle Klaasen.
19 darts. It is called in by our referee, Owen. And he's at the halfway point with no time to spare. And I say that
Look, it's
because he
Lee
likes
to
to
throw
play as
first.
fast as possible. Room for improvement for Lee.
140.
Looks somewhat somber at hitting a 140. He shouldn't, because that's his first.
57.
Classen has just been picking him off. He hasn't got any 180s or 140s. He's just been hitting one treble visits throughout
100.
and just picking him off. But I think the one thing that's on the Dutchman's mind
94.
coming into this second match of the day is try and rectify the damage made in leg and game number 1, because leg 1 of the day was
77.
a bit of a flag bearer for Dave Pallett. Missing double 12 for a 9.
Oh,
that's a powerful dart.
180.
To get his first max. And we're on for a 350 and 6. We haven't seen it since week 1 of last year.
They require 170.
It's not going to go. The rarest of things in darts. 350 and 6.
They require 130.
Stay there. That annoys dart players a lot.
94. Yellow requires 74.
And it will annoy Lee even more if this goes. Tops.
54.
Wasn't
Lee
far
requires
away.
36. Game shot
And
the
that's more
third
like
leg.
it for Lee.
Lee
He has
Cox.
not played well in the first 2 legs of this contest, but a 16 darter will improve that average somewhat.
Fourth leg, it's Yellow to throw first.
When I was talking about Jelle rectifying the damage,
59.
I meant trying to recover after a 4-0 defeat. That has damaged his leg difference and put it down to +3.
54.
A 4-0 or a 4-1 victory would rectify it somewhat. But he still has work to do in that department
92.
because Pallett is now on +11. Just because you are leading the table after
46.
Monday, like Keelan Kay was, or leading after Tuesday, like Jelle Klaasen
59.
was, is no guarantee of success. I think I had the perfect sporting analogy for it yesterday. Cameron Smith winning the Open Championship at St Andrews
123.
was leading after round 2. He wasn't leading after round 3, but he was leading after round 4 when it counted.
134.
This is the equivalent of round 4 here today.
$140. Yellow rock 157.
Both on a finish after 12.
97.
Not quite
Yellow
on
rock
a double
138.
after 15. And one thing Lee seems to have settled on
74.
in the last
Yellow
24
rock
hours
60.
is his setup, which we'll talk about in the next leg. Double 10.
50. Lee requires 64.
Is Lee back in this match? The next 2 darts will tell us.
32.
Not yet.
Yellow require 10. Game
That
shot
is
the
a
fourth
very
leg.
valuable bumper.
Jelle Klaasen.
From Dart 2 to Dart 3, and he's now 3-1 up in a quest to get these points as quick as possible.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Now, you may ask me if Classen will
99.
be happy with the 81 average. He won't be, but he will be happy with the 3 next to his name, with legs to play. But over the first day and a bit,
60.
we saw Lee Cox flip-flopping between 2 different setups with a different coloured flight and a different size of stem. But he seems to have settled on this one, which has the shorter stem. Back-to-back maximums all of a sudden. Is this going to be the red-hot spell in this game?
28.
Maybe not.
$31.
They both have a bit of a shocker after a maximum. So it is as you were.
94.
And that is a valuable last shot to get to a 2-darter. 140 is needed for Jelle to have the same.
100.
Well, that's the bare minimum.
100.
Pretty much. Where does Lee go with the 80 left? That one had neither the weight of the dart or the line.
130.
Lee missed this after getting the 60 first. But the second 60 is found by Classen, and also the double 5 to finish it off in quick, smart time. His biggest finish of the week, and it really is a good one, timing-wise. There is the 130 on the double 5. The averages weren't too great, but Classen did dominate that match pretty much from the first leg, and you see that Lee Cox only got a couple of shots at a double. The percentage looks good, but unfortunately, you need at least 4 shots at a double to win a match. That's 5 games down. We are going to see the end of round 2 when we come back. And that's going to be Owen against Osborne. Osborne, if he loses this game, he'll be out of the running for the top of Group A. Hello everybody, and thank you for your continued company here for Wednesday at the Online Darts Live League. Things are pretty urgent for these two individuals in game number 6 then. More so for Osborne, but if Robert Owen was to lose this match, he would be in real trouble of not qualifying here on Wednesday. It's all smiles for Osborne, and maybe the pressure's off him now because he's 6 points behind with 4 matches to go. Owen, however, is 4 points behind with 4 matches to go. This will be their second game of the day.
Okay, feels like it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And they both started with a defeat. Owen losing to Lee Cox somewhat unexpectedly, based on our form for the week.
60.
And Osborne losing to Keelan Kay in a tightly fought 6-leg match. So what we could have
60.
if Osborne wins this game is maybe a 2-horse race at the top.
85.
There was a point yesterday where 5 players were on 8 points.
85.
And Lee Cox was on the bottom at 0. Oh, how things have materialised over the last 24 hours.
132.
If someone other than Pallett or Classen was to win this group, I feel they will need to win
83.
all of their remaining games. But the good thing for Rob Owen is that every player
28.
he's got to go today is in his way. He will not only get points for himself, but he could deprive his rivals of points as well. The classic,
58.
in football terms, 6-pointer. He has got 4 of them in a row.
$60.
This one's starting a bit slowly. Just warming up ever so slightly.
139. Colin, you record.
We have seen a 136 so far today from Rob Owen. How about another?
128.
There was an ironic smile
Robert, you
on the face
76.
of Robert as those 2 treble 20s were hit. Double top.
36.
Narrow margins.
Colin, you require 8.
Osborne for 4s is looking for a better doubles performance than his first game of the day, where he missed 13 attempts at double.
No score.
And it's happening again.
Robert, you require 40.
That's 4 misses in the first leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Not as
Robert
many attempts
Owen.
needed for Rob Owen to get his first leg of this game. And vitally, it is the break of throw that he needed at some point.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, we are approaching August here in 2022. We've had some great action here at the Online Darts Live League this year with
99.
phase wins for Jim McEwen, Rob Owen, of course, who won phase 2, beating Dan Reed in the final. Stephen Burton had a great phase 3. Josh Payne,
47.
who has been really good throughout 2022, winning weekly titles on multiple occasions and winning phase 4 over Connor Heenahan.
60.
And then last week we had our Champion of Champions week, which was won by phase 1 winner Jim McEwen.
135.
We've seen some spectacular darts from the likes of Graham Usher, from Dave Pallett, from Josh Payne,
140.
from Dan Reed with that 117 average earlier this season. And as we start stage 1 which will culminate
129.
in a Champions Week in mid-October. There are so many more darts to be thrown. And many more checks to be cashed.
135. $100.
Yeah, good stuff from Osborne
Robbie
to leave that
requires
2 darter, but
67.
Owen's already there. 2 8s.
Game shown the
He's had mixed
second leg.
fortunes on that
Robert
double
Owen.
8 today. He's left 25 a couple of times and missed it to the right. But on combinations, like 67 and 136,
Colin to throw first.
it hasn't been a problem. 34 darts for the first 2 legs for Rob. That's pretty good.
84.
When you watch as much in the way of darts as I do, you recognise that 88.41 is a 17 darter.
100.
It's
99.
at this stage I should notify everybody of who you will see the next couple of days. Because the bottom 3 in this group will play in Group C
140.
tomorrow and on Friday from 9:30 AM, so the same time slot. They will be up against a debutant
60.
in Adam Atkinson from the northeast of England, Jamie Durrant, and the Bear, Tony Newell from Cumbria. So 3 lads from the north
60.
are going to mount an assault on 2 available spots for the finals in Group C tomorrow and on Friday. But we do have double sessions
125.
tomorrow and Friday, as our regular viewers will remember. And positions 2 and 3 from this table, who fail to win the group, will be joined by Nick Kenny of
140.
Wales,
Colin, you reckon
Jamie Kelling
133.
of Hampshire, and Hampshire's Mad Monk, Aaron Monk.
93.
Is this a 3-0
Colin, you
lead
reckon 61.
for Rob Owen? Double 18.
43.
You can see how costly
Colin, you
they
require
could be and
40.
how much they irked Stack Attack.
Game shown the
No
third
more
leg.
misses there for
Colin
Osborne.
Osborne.
He's finally found his first double of this match, but Robert Owen will be left at the back of the room there thinking what could have been.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Something that I mentioned a bit earlier about these guys in Group A playing each other 3
100.
times, and how all of the head-to-head records after today will reflect that there have been no dominating fixtures.
140.
It is illustrated by our first 5 games of the day. Every single one of them reflects a 2-1 head-to-head record over the last 3 days. Nobody
59.
is dominating. And we are guaranteed in this fixture a 2-1 head-to-head record again, because it's 1-1 over the course of Monday and
50.
Tuesday. Osborne won yesterday by 4 legs to 3, and Owen won on Monday by 4 legs to 1.
58.
And both games were won against the darts. So if that pattern continues, you know who wins. Look at that little green dart
83.
on your graphic on the bottom right. That signifies who has the darts here in leg number 4. The person who throws in the odd numbered legs has the darts in this game. So
43.
with Owen not having the darts, he should be favourite based on what's happened this week.
$125.
I don't think Colin Osborne's going to rest on that.
140.
That's a great answer from Rob.
Colin,
And
you
we're down
require
to
103.
100 and a bit each. Rob may have the same sort of route. If he fails to get the treble 20 first, it will be down south
72.
where he will look for cover.
Robert, you require 101.
Oh, he's going downstairs first this time. Double top.
61.
He is irate with himself.
Colin, you require
He could have won
31.
this match by now. Double 8 for a tied game.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
fourth
what we've
leg.
got.
Colin Osborne.
So Osborne's got the darts back. Now, based on what's happened with these guys the last couple of days, that hasn't been a massive factor, but it may be today.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Genuinely, Rob has played well enough to win this game if he had hit 2 more doubles.
134.
He's had 6 shots, but only converted 2.
$140.
I do beg your pardon, my
96.
statistics screen decided to freeze for a second. In fact, they've both had 7 shots. And they've both converted 2, so they have an identical checkout percentage of 28.57%.
41.
But you can't ignore the fact that Owen had done all the legwork and he could have won this game 4-0. And that would have definitely got him back in the race. Albeit 2 points behind, but with a very healthy
57.
leg difference. Now he's got to work hard again just to get the points.
And
that's working hard.
180.
That's the first maximum of this game.
$66. Robert, you require 140.
2 more treble 20s for double 10. For a massive 6-dart conversion.
100.
He'll expect to come
Colin,
back.
you require 148.
Osborne's biggest finish of the week, however, is 160. Not that dissimilar to this. 2 treble 20s needed for double 14.
120.
That close to a 3-2 lead.
Robert, you require
I think
40.
everybody in the building was holding their breath there. Double 10. It's been a friend.
30.
But not this time. That's a big miss.
Colin, you require
He's
28.
just getting a bit too irate at the possibility of being 3-2 down in a game he could have won already.
Game show on the
And
fifth
Osborne
leg.
does take the lead.
Colin Osborne.
So now it's an even more difficult situation for Rob. He has to win 2 straight, like he did in legs 1 and 2, just to get the points.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $81.
I said at the outset that Osborne would be eliminated from winning Group A if he lost this match. The reason I said that
76.
is because he would have been 6 points behind with someone guaranteed to make 18 points. And he would have 3 matches left. He wouldn't be able to catch them. Now, in all likelihood, he's not going to make top spot anyway. The best he can do
100.
is 18 points. And his leg difference before this match began was all square.
140.
But he's mathematically not out of it. Not yet, but the tighter this game is, the worse it is for both of them.
58.
That's why those misses at double were so harmful to Owen in legs 3 and 4.
95.
Not to mention the fact that he had darts to win in leg 5 as well, so that's shots in every leg. $204 left.
123.
A lot less now.
Robert, you've got 102.
Still possible. Left feeling a little dizzy
24.
after those first two, and that invites
Colin,
Osborne in,
140.
who was very close to a 148 in the previous leg. Same route. Would have been a different double. At no point has Osborne shown weakness
128.
in this game. He's been
Robert, you
immensely
78.
patient. Double 12. 2 sixes.
66.
And that could be the end of this game.
Colin, you require
And it
16.
could be 2 straight defeats for Robert Owen on Wednesday, which would deal a huge blow to his chances of winning the group.
Game shot on the
second dart.
match. Colin
But a
Osborne.
brilliant third one. Owen will be left really empty. He only got, what? How was it? 12 darts at double in that match and hit 2 of them? He had a shot to win the first 5 legs. An incredibly strange game of darts where Owen really did dominate most of it, but he wasn't able to finish the job. He will go back to the practice room and sit down now and think, what could have been? But Osborne does get to 12 points, and by the skin of his teeth is still in the reckoning. As we close off round number 2, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, round 3 of our matches will commence. Hello everybody and welcome back. We could be entering a bit of a two-horse race. There are still 5 players in with a shout of winning this group, but Dave Pallett winning this game here in match number 7 could be catastrophic for people's chances. There you see a 4-point gap between second place Classen and the chasing pack, of which there are 3. So if Pallett does get to 18 points, it means with 3 matches to go in our campaign in Group A, Owen, Kay and Osborne are in a lot of bother. Now, Pallett takes on bottom place Lee Cox here, so this is not technically a 6-pointer, like we say in football.
Okay, first I get David to throw first. Game on.
In live league terms, it's a bit of a 4-pointer. If you are Dave Pallett.
140.
Knows a thing or two about starting with a big score, because if you're just joining us, Pallett missed double 12 for a 9-darter in the first leg of the day.
81.
So, fixtures that we've got coming up in round 3. Pallett takes on Cox. Kay takes on Owen. Whoever loses that match is out. And Classen takes on Osborne.
94.
So if Pallett wins here and Classen beats Osborne, it's a 2-horse race going into the last 2 rounds of action. It's that simple.
100.
But this group has been anything but simple. Pallett's going to fancy winning this group because the last time he was here,
100.
qualifying for a weekly finals, he won Group C. And he won it convincingly.
180.
This leg is not over yet.
67.
Good scoring phase for both players.
$60. They require 140.
Just another 2 treble 20s like last time. There's one of them. It's a tricky 20.
100.
It's a lucky 20. That could well have bust the lot. Lee can count himself very fortunate not to be sitting on 140 instead of 40.
47.
Now, Lee,
He requires 640.
take your luck and run with it.
No score.
Maybe his luck
He
has run
requires
out.
60.
Double top. That's a great single. Double 10.
40.
He has been
He
really good
required
at double
40.
10 this week. But a lot of the time he's had more than one dart at it in a visit. Double 5 again.
Game
And
shown
this
the
time he
first
finds it.
Lee Cox.
Not a little bit of deja vu there where he splits 20s, 10s and hits double 12. This time he finds the right bed.
So look, it's Lee to throw first.
So, on the flip side of what I said in the previous leg,
140.
let's consider the other side of the coin. Let's say that Lee Cox beats Pallett here and inflicts his first defeat of the day. Then, Colin Osborne beats Classen.
85.
That will result in 2 players remaining on 16 points. And then you'll find
180.
that the next match between Kay and Owen is very important. And Lee Cox has found his second maximum of this match. He's starting to get a bit of confidence together.
100.
Earlier in the week,
86.
darts like that single 6 that he's just hit were bothering him. And now they aren't. He's already caused Jelle Klaasen a headache yesterday when he won his first game.
56.
He may be causing Pallett,
They require 95.
one of the other favourites for this group, an additional headache.
55.
I would not be shocked at all if Lee Cox was to pick up 8 points today, because he's the person under zero pressure. He's just playing darts matches.
140.
He's not trying to qualify
They
through this group.
require
He can't.
40.
Double 10 again.
Game's on the second
And he's
leg.
getting better.
Lee Cox.
Took him 2 visits to take out that double in leg 1. This time, it's just 2 darts. So a 2-0 lead. Will it be good for Cox going forward?
So look, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And the reason I say that is because a 2-0 lead for Robert Owen in the previous match wasn't good. He ended up losing the next 4. There are no guarantees in this game. That's why it's such a hard thing to tip. I found that out at the recent World Match Play, as we see Lee's 3rd maximum. Some of the experts within the game tipped the likes of Johnny Clayton to win, Michael Smith, which was my pick. And
94.
we are the fools because we should have tipped 2 players from the top 3 in the rankings to make the final. And we didn't.
134.
Now this performance from Lee is really starting to take shape.
$100.
It looks a fairly languid display from Pallett, who is constantly coming back to the yockey with Cox finding trebles.
135.
He's found loads of them in this leg. In fact, he's found 7.
$58.
2 darts away
What,
from a 3-0 lead. And he's got lots more darts in the bank if he needs them.
20.
On this occasion, he does. But that's been Pallett's problem.
56.
When you watch these games as
required
closely as I do,
32.
you start to see what's going wrong. And Pallett is throwing the darts low.
Game's on the 3rd leg.
Lee Cox is throwing the darts in. Brilliantly done. 3-0 lead and an average of 98.02 so far. It's looking good for Lee.
4th leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Today's about pride. It's about building confidence ahead of a Group C
32.
campaign against a debutant and 2 returning players who will be chomping at the bit come later on tonight.
140.
And let's not forget that Lee will be part of Group C with 2 players from this group who we will be very
100.
familiar with. But if he can win a few matches today, I think we'll see a very different table for him on Thursday and Friday.
105.
He's got such a lovely rhythm to this game,
97.
has Lee, and I've watched him a lot over the last 18 months, and that action, that rhythm has never changed.
48.
And he may have 9 darts from here to win the match by 4 legs to 0, which would be a very big upset.
90.
That doesn't help, because that ensures that Pallett has got 6 from 208. That is special
128.
on the switch.
$13.
That has not worked out well.
Maybe to require 80.
So maybe for the first time, Pallett's got some breathing room.
Game shown the
And he
fourth
uses it
leg.
perfectly.
David
A
Pallett.
little bit of arm extension there from Dave on that double 10. Just leaves it out there for everybody to see.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
Not that you needed to see it again, but we love an instant replay here at the Online Darts Live League.
98.
But that first dart needs addressing, doesn't it? It's constantly finding the small 20 just under that 60 wire.
40.
He's going to persevere with it, but it needs to raise the bar. That's much better. He can be aggressive with that one and throw a little bit harder. Look what happens.
180.
He's what my commentary colleague Dan Dawson would call an FDM.
45.
A first dart merchant. And Pallett is in a quest to do something
100.
that nobody has done this week so far. Nobody has won from 3-1 down.
100.
If Pallett was to win this match, he'd not only win from 3-1 down, but 3-0 down. Oh boy, this is so Pallett-like.
117.
He's the only person I know would leave double 3 from a 1-2-3 finish.
$60.
Hit it earlier.
6.
Went straight for it and hit it first dart. Through the posts.
No score.
But no score, as called by the ref. Scoring seems to have disappeared for Lee. After about 2.5 legs, he was averaging
55.
106.
David requires 6.
That has dropped by 22 points. Oops.
No score.
In a game of Master Out, that would have been game. Because you can finish on trebles in Master Out. But this is not Master Out, this is Double Out.
100. David, you require 6.
This time it's double 2, double 1. That was not meant to be. He was going for a single.
No score.
And he's back to 6.
Lee, you require 101.
A bonus chance to win the match. Didn't really worry it.
69. David, you require 6.
But you never know, he might get another look if Pallett can't find 6 points with a double at the end.
Game shown
There
the
it
fifth
is.
leg.
He was just teasing
David
us.
Pallett.
But now Lee Cox has got to shoot forward. If he can't find his scoring, Pallett is going to be on his tail in the next 2 minutes.
Sixth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
I was scrolling down my stat screen,
59.
and trust me, there are plenty of stats to look at, courtesy of our house statistician. Mark Walker does a great job. And I was looking at the personal best average for Lee Cox in his live league career of 104.15. But now, he's nowhere near that.
59. $140.
That's the fourth score of 140 or more for Dave. And if he was to get out of this jam and win by 4 legs to 3, the chasing pack and Jelle Klaasen will be feeling, how did you get away with that one?
81.
I think somebody's left a little bit of lint on the small 20. That would be driving me crazy if I was playing. I'd get rid of it. Messing with my eye line as I'm focusing on the red bit.
97.
That's turned out pretty well for Dave. Is Coxie going to leave a finish?
45.
That's the first show of frustration in this
David,
game.
record 102.
He's such an interesting character.
54.
Treble 18 would have left double 14. I see maybe 2 or 3 players in world darts who would potentially do that.
David, it
But
required
there can't
48.
be anything untoward about this 48. That's pretty untoward, though.
No
Oh,
score.
David.
Lee required 53.
That may have been the biggest piece of commentator's cursory that I've seen this week. Double 10 for the win.
33.
And Pallett has got away with it.
David, it required 48.
That's a good single.
32.
I was just about to say, I've never seen
required
anybody
20.
win a leg by hitting double 16 3 times. One left.
8.
And Coxey comes back to hit the madhouse in what has been nothing short of a mad game.
No score.
Make that 6 match darts missed. And if
David,
Pallett
you
can
require
find this
8.
double 4, he will have the darts in the last leg.
Game shown the
Somehow
leg.
it finds
David
the target.
Pallett.
So 6 match darts have been missed by Cox, and we are at the point where Pallett can win from 3-0 down.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Both of the averages are in the high 70s.
$95.
Doubles percentages are both under 20%. And that was the longest leg of the week. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody.
100.
3 hits from 20 for Pallett. 3 hits from 18 for Cox. Does he have the ability to summon up enough belief
140.
to come through this against the darts to get a win? Just when he was building a head of steam, this happens.
45.
I think if he does lose this match, he's going to need a moment. And as the seconds tick by, it's looking more likely that he is going to lose it.
99.
Now, Pallett's next match isn't for a while. If he can find 167 points and 6 darts to win this game, he will have a very sizable break before he returns in round number 4 against Colin Osborne.
79.
And I think that gap would serve him well. That's a 3-game gap
100.
to absorb
David,
what has
require
happened
88.
in this game. He's not over the line yet, but you would expect him to get it done.
$76.
He's left himself on double 6 again. He's had so many issues on 6s and 3s today. I'm surprised he didn't go for treble 12 when he left 68.
80.
Or possibly treble 16.
David, you require 12.
But
Game
finally,
shot on the
double
match.
6 does work.
David
And for the
Pallett.
first time this week, we see somebody win from 3-1 down. But to add to that, he was 3-0 down. It doesn't happen very often, but the averages were almost identical. The checkered percentages were almost identical, but you can see that Pallett has missed 17 darts at a double in that match and has still won the match. Lee Cox will be hurting after that one, I assure you. Round number 3 will progress with game number 8 coming up. It's Keelan Kay and Robert Owen. One of them has to win. Who's it going to be? Whoever loses will be out. Hello everybody and welcome back to round 3 of our matches today. This is the middle match, of course, match number 8. And in the previous game we had a few firsts. A first person to 18 points, a first person to beat an opponent 3 times in 3 days, and a first person to have thrown more than 20 darts at double in one match. What will happen in game number 8? That gap of 6 points between Keelan Kay and Dave Pallett is very important now because Keelan can't get to 20. He has 3 matches left. And he, just like his opponent in this game, can only get to the point where Pallett is already at.
Keelan to throw first. Game on.
So these guys are at the point where they can't lose. And they will need someone else to do them a favour. probably a good
60.
thing that Classen versus Pallett is out of the way, because if that game was to come,
58.
they'd already be out. But this is like knockout darts now.
100.
You're not winning the group. And then after that, you have a new agenda. And that agenda is to try and
83.
qualify for Group B. The complexity of that is very simple. Group B is 5 players. 3 players
43.
qualify from that group for the finals. In Group C, 6 players and only 2 qualify. So you get my
60.
meaning? You'd rather be in Group B because there are more places available. But in order to qualify for Group B,
98.
you must be in the top 3 of this table, which is currently occupied by Classen, by
100.
Pallett, and as it stands, Robert Owen on leg difference.
$41.
On the other hand, there are
Keelan
players who
Kay,
prefer to play in the
110.
morning, rather than late at night, finishing at around 1:30 a.m.
54.
No dart player likes to leave 159.
$139. Getting you required 56.
Double top for Kay.
Game shown the first
He made
leg.
that look very
Keelan
easy.
Kay.
He needs more legs like that. He has fiddled around on the doubles just a bit too much today, but not in leg 1.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He hit 1/3 of his doubles in a 4-2 victory against Osborne in game 2.
121.
From 13 attempts when losing to Dave Pallett in game 4. That's
85.
what I was referencing more so about what he's done today. And that young man is really thinking about his future at the moment. He's 20 years of
134.
age. Since he left school, this is what he's done. He's played darts,
44.
like a lot more young men and some young ladies. They are choosing to be professional after their exams.
140.
But let's talk about Keelan Kay and how smart he is. Because he understands at the age of 20 that maybe doing a little bit of work on the side
139.
just relax
Robbie,
his
we've got
mind a bit and take his
106.
mind off the pressures of this game. And that's what he's thinking about doing.
Game shown the second
That's more
leg.
like it from Rob Owen,
Robert Owen.
who has had his own trials on the doubles today, but not so on that 106.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
Both days so far this week, we have seen in the middle portion
140.
a bit of a spell where all the games are close. Between games 6 and 8, yesterday we had a
140.
4-3, a 4-3 and a 4-2. On Monday, between games 6 and 8,
100.
it was 4-3, 4-2, 4-3. It looks like we might be doing the same again.
140.
And nobody likes to lose from 3-0 up. But unfortunately for Lee Cox right
55.
now, he's got a couple of games break before he returns when he plays Keelan Kay in game 10. But fresh in the knowledge that for the second time in his live
90.
league career, he has lost from 3-0 up for the second time. Previous time being in against Darren Beveridge,
60.
the tall Scot,
Robbie,
back at the end of last year.
131.
Another one of those.
Game shown the third leg.
Somebody's found his
Robert
finishing
Owen.
boots. 106 followed by a 131 perler with 2 double tops. Somebody has switched Robert Owen on.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And you can see what that's done to Keelan. That has shell-shocked him. Everything was fine after leg 1, but Robert Owen has taken control.
60.
It was
95.
this fixture on Monday that provided us with the performance of the week so far. Keelan winning 4-0 with a live league record for
60.
himself, average of 109.31, aided by 80% on doubles.
96.
But in the corresponding fixture yesterday, things turned for Keelan. He still averaged 99.98 with 50% on doubles,
100.
but lost in 6 legs, as Owen was finding doubles with decent
82.
regularity but precision timing.
$100.
That's the kind of visit that Keelan needs more often. 3 straight shots with really good weight. And now, all he has to do is replicate that kind of action to give himself a shot
145.
of 2-2 in this one.
Keelan, you require 88.
You'd have to say this needs to go. And it can't.
52.
So Owen,
Well, you
who has
require
hit
36.
2 shots from 2 at the outer ring in this game so far, looks to keep his perfect record on the doubles intact. Double 9.
18.
And he had severe problems on 18s and 9s earlier today.
Keelan, you require 36.
And Keelan has dodged one. And he splits the 9s.
28. Robert, you require 80.
Leaving Robert Owen back on 9s.
Game shown the 4th
And
leg.
hitting 9s.
Robert
It's a
Owen.
3-1 lead for Robert Owen. So 1 leg away is Robert from keeping himself in the battle for the top of Group A.
5th leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned earlier that I was chatting to Keelan yesterday and I asked him what the tattoo was on his left arm. I suspected that it was the Virgin Mary, and he said that it is. He actually has
85.
a fair bit of religion-related tattooing on that arm, and he said he's not religious.
81.
And the reasoning for getting that artwork on his arm was more to do with his father, which is quite nice.
85.
I've not actually met his dad, Mark, but I have spoken to him before via electronic means. If you are watching, Mark, I hope you're well.
60.
Your boy's doing all right this week. He might not win this group,
60.
but he's doing a lot right. This is a very tough school here at the Live League.
45.
We may not be able to bring you any tour card holders here, but we have got the best of the rest.
140.
If you look at the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, which is littered with good players, probably about 90%
60.
of the top
Keelan,
25
131.
are playing here this year.
91.
That works pretty well. And he's looking to do what Pallett did in the previous game, winning by 4 legs to 3 after a 2-leg deficit.
95. Keelan, you require 40.
Now, some players
35.
would have bust that
But you
score
require
of 10 left
160.
with Owen on 60, but Keelan did not want to give him a shot at it. But he has. Wow.
140.
That would have been a finishing
Keelan, you require
masterclass
5.
game had we seen that double top go in. And the reason he stares that single one down is because he missed it earlier. He's got it this time.
Game's on the
Really
fifth
well
leg.
done from
Keelan
Keelan
Kay.
Kay, because he has a few demons up in that corner of the board sometimes, but this time, perfection.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Last week we saw Graham Usher do something I thought we'd never see, and that was win a match with 4 ton-plus checkouts
140.
for him alone, for the winner. Imagine winning 4 legs with 4 ton-plus checkouts.
140.
Robert Owen missed double top to win this match with 3 ton-plus checkouts, which in itself is incredible.
100.
You never know, he might still do it.
135.
Keelan's making it very hard for him.
$57.
Are we going the distance again?
135.
2 big treble visit may tell us that we are.
60.
Somewhat scrappy 60 from Rob. And that dart wildly pulled results in a missed double
79.
12.
Robbie Rock 100.
So it's Keelan Kay's turn to look at double 6. Now that Robert has missed a 3rd ton-plus checkout once again.
96. Keelan, you require 12. Game shot on the
Beautifully
sixth
done.
leg.
It's 3-3.
Keelan Kay.
And it's a 1-leg shootout to see who is eliminated from the quest for Group A. One of them has still got a chance.
7th and final leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Albeit a very slim chance.
77.
Keelan's next game is against Lee Cox. He will then finish his campaign against Classen. Rob Owen, at the conclusion of this one,
180.
might be sitting on just that 180 because that's his first.
45.
But he's got games against Classen and Pallett. This is such an enormous leg for Rob. If he wins it,
83.
he's in a knockout scenario against both the leaders.
$140.
Keelan Kay has got the darts in this last leg. If he needs a bit of good news, this might be it.
100.
8 of the 9 matches so far this week to go to 7 legs have been won by the player with the throw.
42. Robbie Rock 138.
But things may be very different in this game
86.
because Owen is in position to win. Keelan is not. But
81.
he's already missed a match dart, remember?
Require 52.
Missed it for a 160.
Game
But he doesn't
shot
miss
on the
that
match.
double 16 to win by
Robert
4
Owen.
legs to 3. And Keelan Kay can no longer win Group A, but his quest for Group B will start in his next match against Lee Cox. Rob Owen with the better average by over 10 points. He ultimately did deserve to win the match. He had some great finishing as well, including that 1-3-1 with 2 double tops, which is a real perler. Rob Owen can still win Group A, and it's in his hands as he's got a match against the top 2 coming up before the end of our play on Wednesday. We'll take a short break and we will be back, and it will be Jelle Klaasen against Colin Osborne as Jelle tries to join Dave Pallett on 18 points after the break. Welcome back, everybody. And it's not just Robert Owen who is thinking, I have the destiny of this league in my hands. It is Colin Osborne who still has to play the top two as well. First one of them is Jelle Klaasen in his way, and that's now. Osborne in fourth has got 3 games left. One against Pallett. That comes a little bit later. One against Classen. And one against Lee Cox. So he can get to 18 points. If he does, he'll still need some help. He's at that point of this table where he needs everything to go his way, including the leg difference, where he sees himself 10 behind the leader.
It's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Now, these guys have played each other twice this week already, and it's gone a minimum of 6 legs in both games. I'm not going to sit here and say that they were great games, because they weren't.
60.
They were somewhat edgy. But today, most of the games are edgy because of the pressure on these players trying to qualify.
81.
We saw a great deal of progression from day 1 to day 2. The average was raised overall by over 2 points from Monday to Tuesday. But so far on Wednesday, the average is down
57
on Monday. So it has decreased by a good 5%. That's what you tend to see when people are under the cosh a little bit.
180.
But Colin knows a thing or two about the cosh.
139.
Great thinking there from the Dutchman. You won't see many tactical errors from him. One of the finest counters our sport has ever seen.
121.
So ironic, isn't it? Osborne hits 5 treble 20s and misses a single.
99. Colin, you're going 57.
He'll be hoping he doesn't miss the single this time. And he doesn't. 2 10s.
Game
and he's in front with a break of throw in hand. That's a 15 dart leg there from Colin. Hasn't had much in the way of that kind of quality today so far, but maybe he's starting to find his way. There's more evidence of it. His first 140 plus score, not counting the 180 that he hit in that first leg.
60.
Jelle's going to be globe-trotting after this week here at the Live League. He's going to be on his way to the river town of Echuca Moama in Australia to play in the Australian Open, which was last won by Damon Heta over Scott Mitchell. A matter of a few years ago before the pandemic.
180.
First maximum of the match for the Dutchman, and I'm not ashamed to say that I'm extremely jealous that Jelle is going back to my home state of Victoria, where I was a citizen for many years. He's flying to my old hometown of Melbourne and then taking one of the northern highways towards the New South Wales border.
127, nearly 170.
He keeps leaving these big finishes.
134.
I'm sure at one point this week he's going to take one.
You require 132.
But the quality of this match is so much better than what we've seen from them before when they've been head-to-head.
24.
All 3 darts there for Colin were pulled to the left.
That
one wasn't. And that's a 14 dart winning leg for Classen, who breaks immediately back after losing his throw in leg 1.
So look, it's Jelle to throw first.
He's looking very good in this game.
140.
But every now and again, that third dart creeps in where he just lets it go a little late. The timing is ever so slightly off.
21.
His throw is all about timing.
43.
He's got a very intricate grip on those very intricate darts that he has crafted. And the timing of that wind up of that right elbow and the shoulder coming in.
34.
It's incredibly compact. But if the timing is off, the dart could go anywhere. It's a bit more of a classic style here from Colin, who himself has been through a bit of a rebuild of his throw over the last 3 or 4 seasons. So that's another thing that these two have got in common.
80.
I suppose the biggest thing they've got in common is that they have won PDC titles in the past. At the top level, of course. I'm not referring to challenge tours or development tours. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but everybody wants to win at the top level. And these two have.
100.
Albeit not for a few seasons. Colin, 11 years since his last title in Gladbeck, Germany. And Classen, 7 years removed since his last title. Bullseye.
65. Colin, you require 64.
That route, for me, when your opponent is on 64, is a bit risky.
Yeah, 16 scored.
Is it 3 breaks of throw?
24.
He hasn't been as accurate on that top sped as he usually is. It's cost him a lot of legs.
And
it's cost him this one as well.
Jelle
Klaasen. Classen does hold throw, finally, in leg 3, and he is remaining the favourite for this best of 7 match.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. $125.
I am being thrown some quite insane
57.
statistics today, which are bending my mind a little bit. It's a mindset I'm pretty used to after watching Peter Wright play in a black and white shirt last week, which made me feel dizzy. But yesterday we had 30 of 85 legs played, which were breaks of throw.
58.
We've already had 21 today out of 48.
100.
So we could be on course to break 30 breaks of throw for the day, maybe by round 4.
90. Colin, you record 136.
Too many times all of a sudden that dart is drifting to the left for Colin.
42.
Again, it's left, only just, and low.
$47. Colin, you require 94.
Went for the double-double option. I don't know
37.
why. Because if you just cast your eyes to the left, Colin, you'll see that Klassen's only at the halfway point of the leg. I think he's just realised it.
140. Colin, you require 57.
This is a bit more conventional.
Game shot on the fourth
And a bit more
leg.
accurate as well.
Colin Osborne.
Because what we've got is another hold of throw here in leg number 4. And we're now in a game which is best of 3, which is extremely similar to what we've seen from these two when they've played each other the last couple of days. And the averages reflect pretty much the same.
140.
Day 1, Classen averaged 85, Osborne averaged 79. Yesterday, Classen averaged 82, Osborne averaged 83. So I suppose at this point, this is the best game they've had so far.
123.
But we're talking about two players who will be much happier if their average started with a 9 or a 1.
100. 95.
I've already mentioned the averages, but the most important number so far for Jelle is a 2. Because he's won 2 matches against Osborne this week.
130.
He would love to make it 3.
143.
Because it would eliminate Colin from chasing himself and Pallett at the top.
57.
He wouldn't care if it was 4-2 or 4-3. He just wants the points right now. But rest assured, it would do him some good if it was 4-2 because he's behind in the leg difference. Double 16.
54.
Gives Osborne a sniff.
126.
What a lie for another. Double 6. And Classen in the background was like a nodding dog on the dashboard saying, yeah, it's going. But it didn't.
On the 5th leg.
That did.
Jelle Klaasen.
And 3-2 to Classen. It means that we get another hold of throw. Advantage Classen at 3-2 up.
Steve, it's Colin to throw first.
Oh, that's a dangerous thing to do. Don't try that at home. If you do drop a dart, don't try and grasp it out of thin air. You just never know when that punt is going to find the wrong portion of your hand. These are professionals.
96.
He may not have caught it, but it's probably good that he didn't catch it. Your natural instinct when you drop something is to try and catch it.
62.
But as a dart player, if you drop it, the best thing to do is to leave it to hit the floor. The last thing you want is one of those points piercing your palm.
58. 58.
It's a bit like when you drop a glass in the kitchen. Your natural reaction may be to try and grasp it, but it should be to put your foot under it.
139.
To cushion the fall.
48.
6 darts to get a much needed 4-2 victory.
140.
That helps. If he converts the 68, it will be 18 points and plus 8. And he will be 4 legs behind Pallett.
Yeah, he requires 68.
And he won't play until 2 games' time. Double 16.
36. Colin, you require 133.
He will hope to return in a matter of 10 seconds or so. And he does.
41. Yeah, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game,
his third
shot
match
on the
start
match.
hits the target.
Jelle Klaasen.
So number 3 is the number for Jelle Klaasen, because for the 3rd time this week he has defeated Colin Osborne and he's given himself a really good chance of winning this group as he draws level with Dave Pallett on 18 points. We have concluded 3 rounds of our action. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have 2 players vying for position in the table as we take a short break from the quest for the top of Group A. Stay with us, we won't be long. rounds of matches are completed now, and we go into games 4 for all of the players, in the knowledge that everybody has picked up at least one win today, but the top 2 in Group A have picked up multiple wins, and that's why they can still qualify. These 2, unfortunately, cannot. Keelan's aim now is to be top 3 by the end of the day. He has 2 remaining matches, one here against Lee, who is going to be in Group C in the bottom 3. Keelan's last match is against Jelle Klaasen in match 14, where he could possibly spoil Jelle's chances. But there's a lot can happen in round number 4.
Game on.
If you are Robert Owen right now, sitting on 14 points, looking up at Classen
30.
and Pallett on 18, you're thinking, I can win both of those matches and still get to 18 points.
58.
But here's the problem. Before we see Robert Owen again, Dave Pallett's got to play Colin Osborne.
96.
And if he beats him, Robert Owen's out before he even plays his 4th match.
140.
In this one, it's quite simple. Keelan Kay will be smarting from the fact that he can't win the group after leading it on the first day on 8 points.
59.
But what would make him feel a little bit better is a 3rd consecutive victory against London's captain.
99.
When they've played this week, Keelan has won by 4 legs to 1 both times. And he's played pretty well both times.
100.
But Lee has found victories since then. In fact, he's found
44.
2 of them. But we do have to mention, unfortunately, for Lee Cox fans, that he lost his last match
100.
after being 3-0 up.
160.
So he may be feeling a little bit wounded. He
39.
was just travelling a little bit on dart 3 there. And that's something that I see in a lot of young players. Double top.
96.
Keelan's left shaking his head
21.
because he feels he should be on something less than this. It may not matter. And again, he was walking on dart 3. He was just leaning over
20.
as he was going for that last shot.
Game shot on the
And Lee
first.
finds the target
Lee Cox
to hold in leg 1. So the fault of Keelan was falling over in dart 3 and not finding the bull. That's the story of leg 1.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
I see it in the games of Michael Smith
123.
and a lot of others. Even Ryan Searle, one of the great players from the southwest of England. Keelan's backyard. Players
60.
falling away towards the board before they've even let go of the 3rd dart is a common fault.
81.
It's even something that I have tried to stop doing in my game. But you're not seeing it from the likes of Lee. If you get a chance to see him throw his 3rd dart and a scoring visit here, just look how still he is before he delivers dart 3.
137.
Body still. Body still. Body still. Then moves. Excellent technique from Cox.
60. 140.
And whether he walked on that one or not, we don't know, but he really doesn't care. That was a great visit from Keelan. Under a little bit of pressure, though. He'd like to take this away immediately and does.
On the second leg.
13
Keelan
darter,
Kay.
and that erases all of the memories of leg number 1. So we're down to best of 5 from here.
Then it's Lee to throw first.
Don't forget that you can get in touch with us at Darts Live League on Twitter. And myself at the asset 180.
125.
And not forgetting our other social channels, Instagram and Facebook. If you so wish to get in touch, please keep it positive.
140.
And if you do have a criticism, keep it constructive.
180.
Beautifully done by Lee.
$100.
Got himself a nice little cushion here in leg number 3 with his first max. He's on for another.
140.
He's got every right to play with freedom because no matter what happens in the last couple of games, he's going to be back tomorrow morning.
140. Lee require 56.
But this is one proud London captain. He does not want to bow out with more defeats. He wants to win.
38.
And he almost did win leg 3.
121. $43.
Can he
Lee
win it
require
in 5
18.
visits? Via the split option.
14.
He's handing Keelan a free opportunity of a break of throw.
Keelan, you require 70.
Lee has not won more than one leg against Keelan this week.
Game
And he might not in this game because that's a great
Keelan
conversion
Kay.
from Keelan. Of all of the games I've ever watched him, I think double 12 might be one of his favourite doubles.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
He's been really good at tops in all the games I've seen him play it. And double 12.
60. $100.
Lee will be thinking, how on earth did I lose that third leg? But if we had a pounders, dart players, there will be plenty of those legs in the memory bank. Legs that you should have won. Titles you should have won.
60.
We've all got them. It's not just for the elite guys who think I should have won that major. I should have won that European Tour title. I should have won that phase. I distinctly remember last year when 2 females should have won on Saturday night. Lisa Ashton should have beaten Colin Osborne. And Fallon Sherrick
81.
had a great opportunity to win a Saturday night herself last year. And keeping a
30.
really keen eye on the facial expressions of Keelan in this game.
Keelan,
He's showing a great deal of spirit and desire to win this match. He knows he can't qualify,
59.
but he will desperately want to play in Group B.
$60. Keelan, you require 84.
No shot at double 12 this time. Now, what's he going to do? Is it going to be the 14? He's going to respect Lee Cox and go for the bull.
51. Lee require 152.
He could have easily gone for the treble 8 or treble 16 there,
60.
but he wanted a guaranteed shot at the bull.
Keelan, you require 33. No score.
Oh, no.
Lee require
That
92.
is such a risky play. It's not often you see someone bust 33. Now, what's he going to do here? Is he going to do the same?
33.
That's a much better single.
$13.
And did need that extra
Lee
dart.
require 36.
One of the longest legs of the week.
Game's on the
And
fourth
Lee Cox
leg.
wins it
Lee
as a
Cox.
break of throw. So we are 4 deep in this match. And Lee has got his throwback. What can he do in leg 5?
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
And just to emphasise my thoughts on Keelan's game, his best hit percentage
29.
is on double top and double 12 so far this week. So I do believe that tops and 12s is his wheelhouse.
95.
And remarkably, he's the only person to have had a bullseye finish this week. And he's got 4 of them.
125.
All of them on Monday. So we haven't had a bullseye checkout yesterday or today yet.
58.
The other players have had 11 attempts at bullseye finishes and none have been struck.
$66.
In my own speak, I think we're due a bullseye finish. I wouldn't be surprised if we get one before the end of this game.
54.
It's at this point where the psychological aspects really take hold. You're thinking about, how did I lose the last leg?
96.
But there's nothing you can do about the last leg. But you can affect this one.
84.
Miraculously, Lee Cox has not had one shot at the bullseye all week. How has that happened?
125.
This is his 14th game this week. He hasn't had one shot at the bullseye.
80.
And that's the second time that's happened to
Lee
Keelan this week.
requires 60.
And that's cost him possibly a slightly easier finish.
Game shot.
Not that it mattered,
leg.
because Lee Cox has found a 17 dart leg to take the lead in this one. It's going to have to be a really big effort from Keelan if he wants to get 2 points here.
Sixth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Tomorrow's Group C, which will feature Lee Cox, will have 6 players.
54.
2 players can qualify for Saturday night. That seems a lot more manageable
57.
than this group where only 1 person can. But Lee's played in Group B's before.
100.
On a Thursday and Friday night.
95.
He knows that that is slightly easier. Less matches, but more places. His best effort so far is 4th place in week 2 of Phase 4 last year on the Saturday night. He would love another crack at the final night of the week. He hasn't been there very much.
$98.
At this point of the day, we're seeing a lot of close matches. The last 4. 4-2, 4-3, 4-3, 4-2. This one could go all the way again. A sign of the tension in the arms of these players as they vie for position
60.
in what's been a very competitive group.
Keelan requires 68. $32.
Well, it was a shot at the bullseye for Keelan, and this time he doesn't hit it. That's now 4 hits from 12. And Lee Cox is still not going to get a shot at the bullseye
52.
from 1-3-2.
Keelan, you require 36.
To take us all the way. I'd be thinking top wire. 8-8 after a happy accident.
Game on the 6th.
Take it and run. That's what I say. We've always said, myself and Chris Mason talked about this thing this very week. If you hit the 4, go to the 16s and run, but the 8s come up trumps.
It's Lee to throw first.
I have it on good authority that Lee has played in Group C
85.
on 3 occasions and qualified only once. As far as a hit rate is concerned, in Group C campaigns, it's okay.
55.
The thing is, we do know he's going to be there.
59.
We have no idea where Keelan's going to be. But if he loses this leg, it's more likely to be Group C than Group B.
59. $140.
170 behind. You don't need me to tell you what he needs.
140.
That'll do for now, as long as Lee makes another error. How is that going in?
85.
He may be a wizard in disguise. I have no idea how that treble 20 hit.
100. Lee record 132.
Obviously, it's something he can do. He didn't even flinch when it happened. Treble 20
60.
would have left double 16.
Keelan, you require 147.
He's hit a big finish to win a 4-3 this week, but he's not going to replicate it. $86.
115.
Turns into 32.
He requires 72.
It all comes down to this. That leaves 48.
Yeah.
That in itself is a happy accident, because it's double 16 instead of the bull.
56.
One person misses the
Keelan, you
32.
require 32.
The other might hit it.
Game
And he does,
shot on the match.
to keep his quest for
Keelan
Group B
Kay.
very much alive. And he's defeated Lee Cox 3 times from 3 this week. So he's the lord of the board, against Lee Cox at least. 81.25, plays 81.66. The doubles percentages were very similar indeed. But now we turn our attention back to the quest for the top. It is going to be game number 11, and it's Osborne against Pallett. If Pallett wins this one, he does himself a lot of good, but he will eliminate Robert Owen if he wins that match. That's coming right up. Welcome back to our round 4 matches for Group A today on Sporty Stuff TV. Thank you for your continued company. And now it's up to Dave Pallett to put more pressure on Jelle Klaasen at the top of the table. But if he wins, Robert Owen can no longer win the group. But it is Colin Osborne that stands in his way. Colin, very much like Keelan Kay in the previous match, has got a different agenda now. Trying to qualify in the top 3
Okay, first leg, it's Colin
for
to throw
Group
first.
B over the next couple of
Game
nights.
on.
So far, for Wednesday, Pallett has won 3 games from 3. Classen has won
46.
2 games from 3. Keelan has won 2 games from 4. Osborne, Owen and Cox have won just the 1 game.
58.
But even Dave Pallett would admit that winning his previous game was a bit of a miracle. 3-0 down, 1-4-3
95.
in a pretty subpar game. And that's me being kind. But he's had a good gap between that and this
60.
to try and rectify what went wrong. 3-game gap is around about an hour and 15 minutes. A nice little breather before you have to get back on the hockey for 2 games in 5. And in fact, Dave Pallett has had big games and big gaps in between those games.
52.
Osborne will finish his campaign here in Group A by playing 2 of the next 3 games against Pallett and Lee Cox.
65.
We'll see what he's got left in the tank for Wednesday at least. Dave continually goes for that treble 18 cover. Purely because his first dart is always going short of the treble 20 bed.
95.
I somewhat speculatively said that 22 points would win this group yesterday.
128.
That's exactly what Pallett
Colin,
wants.
you require 150.
Because if he wins his last 2 games, he will have 22 points. Great second dart.
79.
And the third misses.
You require 109.
$89 remain with 2. And he's missing more
54.
now than he has at any point
Colin,
in this group, which
36.
is worrying. Two 9s.
Game show on the first leg.
Boy, is that
Colin
a beautiful
Osborne.
dart. Really, really central in that double 9 bed to hold in the first leg. Over to you, Dave. What can you do on your own throw?
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
There is a situation that is possible, and that is if Pallett wins his last 2 matches and Classen wins his last 2 matches. They would both be on 22 points, and it would come down to leg difference.
41.
As it stands, Pallett is in front by 4 legs, but that could change. If indeed their leg difference is the same as well, we will then look at legs 1.
95.
I'm not going to even entertain the fact
44.
that their leg difference could be the same as their points in their legs 1. We'll cross that bridge if we have to get over it. But one thing I will say at this point is that Pallett's ahead on legs 1 as well. By 1 leg. 42 to 41. So it's close.
95.
He hasn't hit a maximum in this game yet, has Dave Pallett. In fact, neither player has. But he's hit at least one maximum
56.
in 12 of his 13 matches so far this week. He does not want to be drying up on that stat in this penultimate game in his campaign.
140.
In fact, that is the first 140. When you're playing well, that treble 20 bed can seem like the size of the United Kingdom. But when you're playing poorly, or not as well, it can be quite evasive.
79.
But like trying to catch a fly with some chopsticks.
90.
Mr. Miyagi style. Okay. It's double 10.
70.
He's not only starting to miss the treble 20,
Colin, you require 102.
but he's missing the doubles that he's been really good at this week. Like double 10. Colin has every right to hate this visit so far, because he's left himself 99 with one dart.
22. David, you require 20.
Oh, things getting a little clammy on the oche. A tug of the shirt, a wipe of the palm,
Game on the
and
second
a winning
leg.
of the leg.
David Pallett.
He doesn't care if it's 10 darts or 19 darts. He's had both of those today. He started with a 10 darter earlier.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Second game in succession where the averages are in the 70s with Pallett involved.
80.
They are having to work super hard now, and if you think this is easy, you can think again, because playing these games consecutively, day in, day out, it can take something out of you. And believe me when I say this,
60.
these guys sleep well at night. This is better.
140.
And there lies the second 140 of this match. That's what Pallett needs to start finding. He's only got 3 ton-plus throws so far. And there's another. We're talking about two players here that don't really fiddle with their equipment or their setup much. Dave's been throwing this sort of setup for the best part of a decade. He's a good technician.
128.
He's got lovely poise before every dart is thrown. And then he's got a really good punctuation of the air when that dart is released. He's a very gifted dart player. But he is human. He's fallible. He is just as fragile as the rest of us. He's not bulletproof.
140.
He went for the 180 on the
Colin, you
2-1-3. Most other players would have gone for the treble 19 there. He's obviously trying to make something happen.
140.
Osborne's made something happen.
David, it requires 73.
This would be very rosy in this game, because it's been quite attritional so far.
Games
That's
on the
more
third
like it.
leg.
That's
David
a 15 dart break, and Pallett takes the lead. If he can keep that kind of form going, he should win this match.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
It's funny how certain
55.
players, and I say this with all humility because I'm surrounded by dart players all the time, and we all get excited about new kit when it gets released.
99.
If you haven't seen the new Gerwin Price grip strengthener, you might want to check that one out. That's a good one. But we're talking about two traditionalists here. These flights that Dave Pallett is using
140.
have been around as long as I have. They are very much used by many, many players worldwide. They are very popular in the oceanic region
60.
of the world, where a lot of players down there prefer flights that are not that colourful and also transparent in parts.
75.
Or, in Colin's case, predominantly transparent. Because they don't want to see the flight in the board. It makes the segments look bigger.
96.
But there are other players like Lee Cox, like Keelan Kay, who want to see where the flights are so they can use them as bumpers.
$92.
Very interestingly for Pallett. And if he puts his silly hat on, he can get very entertaining with shots like this. But there's our first maximum of this match.
39.
That may have changed Dave's mind. See, I would have probably thought about 5 years ago he'd go treble 19, treble 18, double 14 for that shot. But he seems to be sipping from the conventional cup a bit more these days. Double 6. Whoa, horsey. You thought it was in, didn't you, Colin? That one is.
On the 4 flat.
That's a break back from Osborne. This is turning into a pretty good match all of a sudden. So, best of 3 from here to see whether Pallett can make it to 20 points.
5th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
You can see the averages have improved by around 10 points each. That takes some doing.
66.
Robert Owen is sitting in the practice room right now thinking, come on, Aussie, do me a favour. What Robert Owen needs to win this group is Osborne to win here. He then needs to beat Classen. Then Keelan will need to beat Classen. And Owen will need to beat Pallett. So, yeah, he needs 4 things to happen out of 5 games.
$100.
Funnier things have happened. Rest assured, I've seen them happen. I once received an email saying, oh, it looks like your tour card's safe. There were, I think, 7 or 8 different things that needed to happen for me to lose it, and every single one of them happened.
92.
That's a bad visit for Colin. It leaves him on a bogey number, and it gives Pallett a chance of a break back.
60.
If you think you don't need flexibility in darts, how about picking up flights all the time? You need to have healthy hips, because if you haven't got a referee there, you've got to pick it up yourself.
126. David, you require
and Colin Osborne has picked up his form. This would hurt. He was dreaming for a second of a 149.
Colin, you require 40.
And that would have been his biggest finish of the week.
Game's on the
Osborne,
5th.
pretty good
Colin
on the
Osborne.
outer ring. He's currently 50%. 6 attempts, 3 hits. All he may need is 1 more attempt.
6th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
There's another person in the practice room who's thinking, come on, Aussie. And that's Classen.
100.
Because a defeat for Pallett in this game would mean that if Classen wins his last 2 matches, he wins the group on points.
100.
And he plays Owen next. It can't be as cut and dry as that, surely.
94.
I've seen Group A action go to the very last leg of the 15th game on the Wednesday. I love that kind of drama. You don't as a player. And there's Pallett's 180.
180.
So he's hit a 180 in 13 of 14 matches now.
84. David, you record 127.
127 and leg.
'81.
I don't know what he was doing there, and if you were to tweet me and ask me, I might need a while. He does think a bit differently to some of us.
David, you record 46.
But it won't matter as long as he gets 6 for tops. Now.
Colin, you require 160.
Colin hit a 160 yesterday against Keelan Kay in a 4-1 victory. He's not going to replicate.
60.
That was the biggest finish of yesterday. Is it 3-3? It's getting marginally closer, but the dart is getting harder.
No score.
Oh, the line was good. It just needed more air.
Colin, you require 100.
This would be damaging. He's got one. He's got them both.
Shot on the match.
And he finishes the
Colin
match
Osborne
with a real knockout blow. But Dave Pallett is not knocked out of winning this group yet. And neither is Robert Owen. So this one is getting really interesting. 82.86 is the losing average for Dave Pallett. He has lost his form a little bit over the last couple of games. But Osborne, with 57% on the doubles, and his biggest check out of the match coming in the 6th leg, he is very much in with a shout of making the top 3. So we'll all take a bit of a breather now, but when we come back, a very jubilant Classen and a jubilant Robert Owen will now butt heads as they try to do themselves good for the quest for the Group A title. That'll be right after this. Hello and welcome back to the climax of round number 4 of our matches today. We aren't going to have a climax to Group A in this match, but we are going to see the fate of Robert Owen possibly sealed if Jelle Klaasen can find a win against the Welshman. If Classen in second position now with that game in hand on Pallett does find a win, he will still need to do bits against Keelan Kay in match 14. But these two uber-focused players here in match number 12 know exactly what they need to do.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Now with Classen not playing against Dave Pallett in the last round, but playing before Dave Pallett in the last round, knows that if he wins this game and the next, he wins the group.
100.
Robert Owen's task is very simple. Win here, beat Pallett
140
in his last game, and hope that Classen is going to lose to Kay.
140.
3 of the 4 matches need to go the way of Owen if he's to somehow miraculously win this group.
65.
But is he on the kind of form where that will happen? You'd have to say probably not.
46.
He's only won one game today.
156.
And he was somewhat fortunate to do that against Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 3.
42.
We've had a rapid-paced group.
57.
And we've had a lot of close games today, more than any other day. A sign of the tension that the players are under.
58.
3 wired shots.
158.
Give Classen a free look at 158. Make no mistake, the arms of these players are going to start feeling a bit heavy, a bit tired at this stage of Group A. This is where darts fitness comes into it. And look at that, I'll get that one quickly.
Robert Owen.
And he decided to take it out of the board third. Look at Classen in the background just laughing, thinking, go on, drop on the floor. If it did, it wouldn't have counted. That is one of the strangest deflections I've seen this week, maybe this year. I'd pay good money to watch that in slow motion to see how it reacted after hitting the first dart.
137.
But it's in the books, and Robert Owen does win the first leg.
100.
Oh, how things would be different had Robert Owen yesterday hit one of 4 match darts that he had against Classen. And by missing all 4, he lost by 4 legs to 3. He had the better average.
42.
By 8 points in that game did Robert. But he didn't get the points.
180.
Somebody's coming to play. And that's a first maximum.
130.
He's winning the scoring stakes, that's for sure. Treble 17 now.
42.
And even that single 2 makes things just a little harder. Almost gets the second 54 for a shot at double 18.
88. Robbie, you record 65.
Bottom left corner of the 25 is where he should aim here, and that has gone really well.
Game on the second leg. Robert Owen.
In no time at all, Robert Owen has taken a 2-0 lead. Now, if he is to win this match, he'd love to win it by a distance as well.
Third leg, it's
because his leg difference of the 3 players who can win this group, it is the worst.
Game on.
32 darts for the first 2 legs. And he's currently sitting at +5 in his leg difference. If he can win 4-0 by replicating the first 2 legs,
50.
He would go to +9, which would be just behind Pallett at +10. And he would really put Classen under the
60.
cosh, because his would go back to +4.
13.
But I must mention at this juncture, and I've mentioned it before, Robert Owen has won a phase here this year.
140.
He's won a weekly title here this year.
80.
Classen is only in his second visit here. He hasn't even made the Saturday night before. Is that experience
135.
in this format, in recent times, going to make a difference?
140.
This game is telling us
83.
that maybe it is. I'm not sure about that shot. I know he wants to try and leave something in the bottom left corner, but maybe treble 10 or treble 14 was a better player there.
29.
And that visit did not go well.
23.
But fortunately for the Welshman,
Robbie
neither
required
did Jelle's.
54.
Double top.
Game shot on the third
He's
leg.
barely missed it in this
Robert
match.
Owen.
And even when he did miss it, it was right on the wire. And he is within one leg of the ideal result for him and for Pallett coming up.
Fourth leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Is there a twist in the tail?
85.
We all thought that Lee Cox was home and hosed in Game 7. He was 3-0 up, but he lost by 4 legs to 3. But Robert Owen is playing
180.
properly. It's been a good standard this week. I
57.
mentioned the overall average yesterday of 90.07 for all games. But miraculously, we've only had 2 ton plus averages. Actually, I think we've had 3.
81.
Yeah, we've had 2 from Dave Pallett, which have been identical. 100.2. And that 109 average
134.
by Keelan Kay on Monday. So 3, I beg your pardon. Classen in the background, looking at the way that Robert's darts are going in the board as if to say, how are you doing this? How are they going in like that? We've been saying that about Robert's stack attack for years.
81. Robert, you require 100.
He only needs one more attack. And he's looking to win this game with 4 double tops.
Game shot on the match.
4 double tops hit
Robert
from
Owen.
5 attempts. And that is a quintessential cat and pigeons game. Because Robert Owen is very much alive in the quest for winning Group A now. With that perfectly done 100.2 giving us our 4th ton plus average. And our 3rd 100.2 this week. 80% on the checkouts. That was marvellous. Jelle Klaasen is bruised ahead of our final round of matches, which are coming up after the break. Stay with us. This is just about to get interesting. Hello, folks, and welcome back to a very, very good and interesting Group A we're having here on Wednesday. Things are very much alive with 3 matches remaining, not just for the top spot, but for places in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Let's have a look at that table then. Osborne in 5th position, and in his final match in Group A, if he wins, he could prospectively qualify for Group B, but needs a favour from Dave Pallett as well. The only person who knows exactly where he's playing come tomorrow is Lee Cox, and he's known it for quite some time. Osborne, who loves to refer to people via their nicknames. He never uses someone's first or second name. He's got a nickname for everybody. And to Osborne, he's playing Coxie right now.
Hey, first look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Trying to go out with a bang. And trying to get a 3rd consecutive victory against Lee. Because on day 1, he beat him by 4 legs to 1 in a game that
43.
no one's really ever going to remember, with all due respect. It was a little bit better yesterday in game 1, where Colin had 80% on doubles, beating Lee with a 91.09 average and by 4 legs to 0, which is the scoreline we've just seen from Robert Owen against Classen.
80.
Just to illustrate the point about the standard going down today, Osborne is positioned at number 2 in the averages table after 4 matches.
59.
And it's 84.32. We've seen people well over 90 in position 2 the last couple of days.
85.
So the tension has told. Osborne's double percentage is just a shade over 30%, which is almost where he is the whole week. As for Lee, averaging 80.03 today.
45.
And 29.73% on his doubles. That's around about the same when you put everybody's efforts together. But he won't be happy with the way he's played today, or indeed overall over the last 3 days.
36. $48. Colin, you're
Double top for Osborne, and he was very good here in his previous game against Pallett.
Game shot on the first.
Seems to have found his range on that one. He's hit his last 3 shots at double top in the last 2 legs because he finished the previous game with double top, double top.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. $100.
If Colin does lose 2 legs in this match, he will definitely be playing alongside Lee in Group C the next couple of days. That is his predicament.
60.
I would be amazed if he knows that. But he's a smart cookie, is Colin.
100.
He might just know his exact predicament. He's played in many a Grand Slam and a Championship League darts, which he was the champion of back in 2009.
95.
He may be one of those players who likes to know exactly what's going on.
$140.
You may want to know the predicament of the other players trying to win this group. We will run through those in a second.
180.
Well, let us see our first maximum of the match right there. It doesn't leave Colin a finish.
90.
That's a nice visit from Lee. He still has not had 1 shot at the bullseye to win a leg all week.
140.
And you would assume that he's not going to get one here. It is, in turn, a double top.
51.
And Osborne has somewhat
Colin, you're required
creatively left double
26.
13. I don't remember a shot at double 13 all week. Maybe that's why. I think for a second he was going to go for 7 for double 3.
No score.
That doesn't work.
He
You
required
can't finish
20.
1. If only you could.
Game
He
shot on the
finished
second
20 though.
Lee Cox.
And it is 1-1 in this contest. So he's not going to be bageled once again by Osborne like he was yesterday morning. So that's 1 notch for
Well,
Lee
it's
Cox,
Colin
looking for
to throw
4.
first.
That'll annoy Colin Osborne, leaving double 13 and missing by such a margin and busting the
60.
score. Those visits you really want to happen maybe once in every 10 years, not once a day or once a week.
140.
So let's go through the permutations of what could happen over the next couple of games.
46.
Regardless of what happens in this one, we have Classen versus Keelan Kay next, and then Pallett versus Robert Owen. If Jelle Klaasen loses,
140.
he will be in the top 3. He will play in Group B. If he wins,
180.
second 180 of the match for Osborne. Rudely interrupting me, Colin. Fair play to you. If Classen wins and makes it to 20 points,
85.
he eliminates Robert Owen. But then Robert Owen could beat Pallett and give Classen the title of Group A champion.
125.
It's incredibly intricate.
36.
Now, what will Osborne do on 90?
96.
Because earlier in the day,
Well,
I've
then you
seen
require
2 people
90.
go for bull here, which I think is the more risky play. It's the bull now.
65.
And the only person to
They
hit the
require
bull
40.
for a finish this week has been Keelan Kay. Nobody else has found one.
Game shot on the third leg.
But plenty of people have
Lee
found that one.
Cox.
And Lee Cox has not just found tops, he's found a break of throw as well. And the first time this week, he has found 2 legs against Osborne.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $125.
I can only imagine what it's like in that practice room if you're in there with people you don't like. I'm not going to sit here and say to you that everybody gets along.
100.
This is a competitive sport. It's singles. You want to beat everybody. And most of the players get along handsomely.
137.
But there will be a select few who maybe stay on one side of the room to the other. But I can categorically tell you that these two
95.
do like each other. But that is forgotten for about 20 minutes a day.
58.
I remember in 2020 when I was playing in the live league from home, and there were plenty of people that I liked.
44.
But I hated it when they said over our headsets, game in 1, or game in 2, game in 3.
96.
I couldn't stand playing Boris Koltsov, I know that. He kept beating me.
98.
But then again, Mike
You
Warburton
require
didn't like playing me
85.
because I kept beating him. 20 for Bull. If he wants. Got to get the 20 first. What is it about Bull finishes for all of the other players apart from Keelan Kay this week?
28.
It's like they're
Well, you
allergic to
require
it.
164.
How good was that treble?
138.
Just as good as that one.
Lee record 57.
And he's left double 13 again.
Game shot
Not
on
that
the
it makes
fourth
any
leg.
difference. because Lee Cox has put his foot down like he's driving a Ferrari. I can see him driving a Ferrari. I can see him with a pair of shades on. Towie style.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't live in Essex.
59.
He lives in Sussex.
$92.
He's played all right in this game, has Colin. But so has Lee. He's been a bit more Swiss quartz-like with his timing.
45.
5 attempts, 3 hits for 60% on the outer ring. I emphasise that because, yes, he hasn't hit the bullseye.
125.
But he almost hits the back of the net with a 180 there. That would have been his first.
$85.
That does not assist Colin. So Lee's looking really good to get this victory, which would give him 6 points for this group. He will remain on the bottom, but if he can get 4 points today, that would be his best haul for a daily campaign this week. After getting nothing on Monday,
60.
1 win yesterday. If he gets 2 today, it's gradual improvement.
$100.
That's decent. And if he disposes of the 92, it will be his second best performance of the week, behind that 98 average he had yesterday against Classen.
81. They require
and he's got 6 darts for it all of a sudden. Double 16.
Game
he gets it.
shot on the match.
That's a 15 dart end to that game. A bit of a smile from Osborne. A wry one at that, because that defeat ensures that Colin Osborne will be part of the same group as Lee Cox over the next couple of days. They will have another couple of battles, and this week they will play each other a minimum of 5 times. Great game from Lee, 94.17, and again his checkouts were very, very good. At times, they have been very good, but we now divert our attention back towards the top of the table. 2 matches left, and lots to play for, so don't go far. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. This is the climax of Group A. Over the next couple of games, Jelle Klaasen is now trying to leave the clubhouse lead, and he will be in reach no matter what he does, but he has to hit first before he hopes. Pallett is at the top for now. Classen must win. If he doesn't,
Hey, first, like it's Jelle
Pallett is safe.
Game on.
It's all about that leg difference. Plus 10 for Pallett.
40.
Plus 4 for Classen. He must win this game. And hope that Dave Pallett falters. But do not count out Robert Owen yet. Because he's got a good leg difference as well.
140.
It could well turn into a shootout in the next match.
46.
But this is a hot start from Classen, who will be extremely comfortable with the pace of this game. This is going to be rapid.
65.
And both of these guys are going to be happy with the pace because they've both
100. Yeah,
won a game over the last couple of days by 4 legs to 3. Hello.
120.
That may have been the quickest leg we've had all year. Had that gone in.
140. Yeah, 36.
Sometimes you just got to sit back and admire.
27.
And wince every now and again.
115.
That'll do. That won't.
95. Yeah, 9.
Keeping the referee on his toes. Double 4.
Game shot on the first.
There is a 17
Jelle
darter in
Klaasen.
about 17 and a half seconds, pretty much. More of the same, please, guys, as it goes 1-0 to Classen.
Second, it's Keelan to throw first. 100.
Yesterday, when Jelle was playing his final match against Dave Pallett,
134.
he won by 4 legs to 2. But it was the only time in 7
60.
matches where Jelle has won his final match of the day. In fact, 6, I do beg your pardon.
135.
So it tells us that maybe he does play his best stuff towards the beginning of a campaign, not towards the end. But on day 1, he was in position to beat Keelan Kay, sitting on a very small number with Keelan on 161.
65.
It was 3-3, and Keelan took the 161. The biggest finish of the week so far.
81. Yeah,
And one of the best moments of the week so far. It's not going to be trumped
97.
because JK decides not to go for it.
9. Yeah, he requires 70.
Double top.
Game shot
It's
on the
now
second.
2-0.
Jelle Klaasen.
Rapid fire stuff, and he is playing at such a speed as if his parking ticket is going to run out in the next 5 minutes.
So look, it's Jelle to throw first.
I assure you he's pretty safe because he walked here.
123.
But then again, he does everything fast. He eats fast, he drinks fast, he drives fast, he plays fast.
58.
That's how some people live their lives. Some people are just a bit more deliberate. One thing we can tell you now, it is a mathematical certainty, and that is that Keelan Kay will feature in Group C
58.
over the next couple of days. He couldn't afford to lose 2 legs in this contest, but now that he has, he joins Osborne
96.
and Lee Cox and Adam Atkinson, Jamie Durrant and Tony Newell for Group C, which will start tomorrow morning at 9:30.
85.
As for Group B, watch this space.
140. Ellie 195.
Double 19.
57. Keelan, you require 147.
2 trebles and a double needed for this combo. Comes up dry.
51. Jelle require 38.
Double 8.
22. Keelan, you require 96.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting dizzy watching this. Double top.
56. Jelle
One of
require
2
16.
isn't bad, but not good enough. As
Game's
Classen
on the
gets the
third
one that
leg.
he needed
Jelle
for a
Klaasen.
3-0 lead. Now, make no mistake, he wants a 4-0 here because that puts maximum pressure on the others.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Ideal scenario would be 20 points and plus 8. That's the best he can do.
140.
And in order to get that, he has to win this leg.
59.
He can't do a double knockout blow in
93.
this match. He can't take both Pallett and Owen out. But he can take one of them out of the equation.
134.
Owen will be too far behind if Classen gets one more leg.
37.
And Pallett, after a somewhat scratchy last couple of hours, will have to rediscover form against a Welshman who's just started to find his best
93.
form this week. I have to pay tribute to all of the players today because
40.
the points have been shared around. Everyone's won at least twice. In fact,
137.
everybody has won twice. And Pallett's won 3 times. It couldn't have been any closer.
93.
If you don't like bagels, look away.
66. Keelan, you require 98.
That would have been the 3rd one of the day. Instead, it's a wry smile
90.
from Keelan.
Jelle require 12.
Double 6.
6.
They could be
Keelan,
costly.
you require 8.
Double 2. And in the
4.
background, you could see Jelle Klaasen
Jelle
thinking,
require 6.
I don't want to throw any more legs.
Game
I want this
shot
to
on
be
the
done and
match.
dusted.
Jelle
So he's
Klaasen.
done his job, winning 4 legs to 0 with an 85 average, and the checkered percentage doesn't really mean much. It's all about the points now. We have 1 match left, and it all hangs on that one. But what we can say is that Robert Owen is going to be in Group B over the next couple of days because Jelle Klaasen is out of reach. But Dave Pallett, with a win, will get the top spot. That's what's coming up after the break. Hello folks, and welcome back to our final game for Wednesday, and it is a very exciting one. Not for Robert Owen maybe. It'll be interesting to see his energy levels coming into this 15th game of the day, because we know now he can't win Group A, but his opponent can. There's a somewhat resigned look and a resigned walk to the board there for Robert Owen, who dreamt of doing it at the last final furlong. But he couldn't get that favour from Keelan Kay, and now he can only get to 18 points, where Pallett currently resides. But Classen is out of reach. Not for Dave, though.
Okay, first leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Best of 7 legs. And if Pallett wins, he's in finals on Saturday night. If he loses, he's playing in Group B with
60.
Robert Owen. You play 44 games of darts over 3 sessions, and it comes down to the
43.
final one. You couldn't ask for much more. But Pallett, considering how he's played in his last couple of games, I think he needs a bit more.
100.
He's only averaged 77 and 82 in his last couple of games. With the exception of his first game of the day, he hasn't played that well. In fact, he played his best leg of the day in the very first leg, where he missed double 12 for a 9-darter.
100.
I wonder if maybe that's had an effect on him. I'll tell you what was important. Him beating Jelle Klaasen in the first game of the day.
59.
That's proving now to be vital. This has got to be good.
100.
That range on the 60 has got to be good. Because at times today, it has not been good at all.
85. David, you're 141.
6 darts from here is pretty cushy to start things off.
$60.
Many a player may have used the bullseye with the last dart to try and take the bullseye out of the equation. Especially when you consider only one of 6 players has actually hit the bullseye to finish it like this
81.
week so far. Is that about to change? Let's find out. Bull.
Game show.
There you go. There it is. Is that going to be something to change the fortunes of Pallett? His first bullseye checkout of the week.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Good timing, Dave. And wasn't it a good one? All bullseye checkouts are the same because you hit the red bit, but you always like it when it's in the central piece of it. Speaking of central,
140.
penny for the thoughts of the Welshman, who today has been really scrapping well.
83.
Put in a blitzing performance to beat Jelle Klaasen 4-0 in game 12, and that kept his hopes alive, but not for very long.
94.
Had 80% on doubles in that match as well. He's got 4 points for the day. And if he does beat Pallett, he won't just
81.
deny Pallett a shot at Saturday night, for at least for a couple of days. But he may stop him from winning the daily table. I know that doesn't mean anything.
180.
But we've got 2 players on 6 points and 4 players on 4 points for the day. It's one of those classic live league days where it couldn't be tighter.
140. David, you require 87.
But the 2 words that will come to mind if this goes out are neck and scruff. Another bull?
62.
It wasn't too much to ask.
You require 97.
And it wasn't that far away. Double 19 for double top. Surely. Maybe the flight was in the way.
38. David, you require 25.
Double 8 to double the lead.
Game shot.
Things are getting better for Pallett.
David,
things are getting worse for Classen. He'll be sitting in the practice room maybe right now, or maybe he's already left thinking, you know, I've done my job, I don't know what's happening.
David to throw first.
I think he'll be in the practice room watching this thinking, I'm in trouble here.
92.
All these guys love to play darts. They love to compete. But this is one of the only scenarios where they don't want to play the next couple of days. And all of a sudden,
140.
The man originally from Shropshire is finding that red bit with a lot more regularity.
60.
Since game 1. Because game 2 for him today, game 3 and game 4, he's not found that treble 20 enough.
59.
And I know it's strange for me to be saying that when he's 2-0 up. But it's true. This is better. Beautifully crafted. And he's left 3 puncture wounds in that 60 for Dave to aim at, but he can't find any of them. If you aren't familiar with the Dave Pallett, Michael Van Gerwen 150 story, they played each other on the Pro Tour. Dave tried to hit 3 bulls.
97, David,
later in the game, Michael hit the 3 bulls to win the leg. But I don't think that's going to happen here. But the 150 might.
120.
That was a great effort.
Robert, you require 106.
Oh, interesting. That leaves 49.
74. David, you require 30.
Is it curtains on leg 3? Does he want to go for double 15?
Game shot.
There's your answer.
Leg. David,
because I think for about 2 or 3 seconds he did consider splitting that 30 shot, but he didn't have to.
Full flick, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We've had 2
4-0
4-0 victories in the last 3 games. Classen beaten 4-0. Classen winning 4-0.
121.
Now Pallett only needs 1 leg. But we already have evidence today that being 3-0 up is no guarantee of success. It was Pallett, in fact, who won from 3-0 down against Lee Cox. That's the only time that's happened this week. And the only time that someone's won from 3-1 down.
$79.
6 good darts here will get him across the line. He'd love a 140 and a 112. That's what he's thinking. Or maybe he's thinking leaving 72.
140.
He'll have to settle for the 112.
Can
you finish it off, Dave? Can you win the group on a ton plus finish? Your answer is no.
100. Robert, you require 87.
And he's had mixed fortunes on double 6 today. Double 5.
77.
Over to you, Mr. Pallett.
David, you require 12.
Group A is yours if you hit this.
Game,
And he does a
shot on the
perfect job
match.
of winning
David
Group A with
Pallett.
the perfect game to knock Jelle Klaasen off the top of the table in the very last game of the group. Look at that performance. He has only had one performance better than that all day. And in fact, he's had two performances better than that. But he's perfectly pitched that one to win Group A on leg difference. You can see 14 is his leg difference. 6 better than Classen, who will go to Group B the next couple of nights with Robert Owen, who just fell short. You will see Osborne, Kay and Cox over the next couple of mornings. And that leads me to my next statement, which is, have an enjoyable Wednesday. This is the Asset signing out for now, because we will see you back here for Group C on Sporty Stuff TV at 9:30 a.m. I'm the Asset signing out. Take care. Have a good Wednesday.